His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped the head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! How is everybody doing here this Super Saturday? And a Super Saturday it's going to be. The games on paper don't look that great, but it could surprise us. Hopefully we're in for an upset or two as well. Not for the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest, but just so that there's something exciting to see. Because I would hate to have to do another whole 40 minutes of AI-generated art. Wouldn't that just suck? No more Donald Trump flies and no more getting banned for Hillary Clinton. But anyways, how's everybody doing? I see Will up there at the top. Very first comment. Mr. Ed's dead. Mike, ahoy there. UFC only fams, ahoy. Fantastic username, Mike. So a big shout out before we get started in too much detail. A little shout out to our newest Wasted World of Sports All-Stars. Bazab and Aussie Mozzie. And of course, James Jason Bourne went in for round 2 last night as well, securing his place there as the original member of the squad. That's a decent looking All-Stars squad there, that one. So thank you very much to all of you for your contributions to whatever this is. I still don't even know, how do I describe this channel? Sports commentary, yes, but not really at the same time. I don't know. We'll think of something one day. Coming up first in this big triple header, the Rabbitohs versus the Dragons. Have the Dragons found some sort of form resurgence? When technically, well, not technically, but had things gone their way last week, they would have defeated the Eels. But then we saw last night that maybe the Eels aren't necessarily a yardstick for anything this season. So a close loss to the Eels maybe doesn't mean any real improvement necessarily for the Dragons. So are they going to be able to go with the Rabbitohs today? Probably not. But the Rabbitohs have been far from crash hot themselves, have they? But I'm hoping that they can. And here's the reason why I'm hoping they can, is because I've kind of stacked Rabbitohs into my same game multi. I've loaded up on the Rabbitohs, so I kind of have to be all in. Captain Redbeard, ahoy there, mate. It's one of those games. We are at the business end of the season, and the Rabbitohs just haven't really clicked. They certainly haven't kept up to the capacity that they are capable of, and we all know that they're capable of it. Is today the day that they bring it all together and put on a really massive, massive performance? Rabbits do have Burgess out. That is a massive, massive out. What was it that Andrew John said? Andrew John says, you win the game in the forwards, the backs decide by how many. And Burgess being out might just give a little bit of an advantage in the forwards to the Dragons. Because he's not the only one, as Captain Redbeard suggests, or states. He's not suggesting it, he's stating it. As Captain Redbeard states, the Rabbits do have a few outs. So maybe it is advantage to the Dragons here today. I'm going to stick with my tip, though. I'm going to stick with the Rabbitohs just because it's safe. If I'm taking any chances this weekend, honestly, it's going to be on the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs potentially to defeat the Knights tomorrow. I don't really wish to throw my eggs in the St. George basket. That's for sure. We're only a few minutes away from kickoff here. As you can see, I have fixed my screens up. I'm very happy about that. I had time after the streams last night and this morning to fix everything and bring it back to how it used to be. And I'm feeling much, much happier about everything now. Rabbitohs Dragons in Cairns as well. Let's not forget that this is in Cairns. Caden Bagnall, do you think the Sharks will make the finals? All people keep saying they will still slip off. No, I think the Sharks have done enough, just enough now, especially with Parramatta faltering last night. Parramatta losing last night was great for the Sharks in their quest for finals footy. They're actually still capable of making the top four, mathematically. I don't think they'll make the top four, don't get me wrong, but mathematically, I think we can pretty safely say the Sharks should sneak in now. They probably only have to win one more game. They've taken the pressure off themselves in the past couple of weeks. The Dragons run out onto the field. Yeah, absolutely, Caden. My concern, I suppose, for the Sharks is if the season is on the line in that last round against the Raiders, we all know how terrible the Sharks' record is against the Raiders. So if they're playing for a spot in the finals against the Raiders in the last round, squeaky bum time. But I think they might have it secured before then. Who have they got coming up? They've got the Knights. The Rabbitohs come out onto the field now. Sharks have got the Knights, I know that much. And the Raiders. Who's their other game against? Oh, Cowboys, yeah. Okay. I'm a lot more confident about the Sharks' chances of taking the Cowboys than I was 2 weeks ago. Because the Sharks have improved, the Cowboys have dropped off. The Cowboys will still be without Val Holmes. Jeremiah Nanai's out as well, I believe. Captain Redbeard could probably put me straight on that one if I'm wrong, though. But yes, I'm pretty sure Valentine Holmes is out until the finals. And no matter what you think of the guy, he's a decent player. We are all set and ready to go here. The Dragons are going to kick us off. And Super Saturday, we are underway. Rabbitohs, Dragons in Cairns. Wasted days and wasted nights. I love wasted days and wasted nights. Be pretty warm in Cairns. An afternoon game in Cairns seems kind of ridiculous to me, in all honesty, but I'm not the one who makes the schedule, so I do not envy any of them out there running around playing footy right now. Excuse me for just 1 second. Solid first set, though, here for the Bunnies, up to halfway. And they get a kick away through Ilias. Into the sun, Sloan runs across and claims it. And big defense there from South Sydney, but they give away a penalty. Inside the 10 metres. Oh, no. Yes, Caden, I do. Now, what am I trying to do here? I've got to refresh the scoreboard. That's right. Where is that? There we go. There we go. That's better. The time's actually up there now. Oh no, the advertising's back. on the other screen as the Dragons march into South territory. They've got numbers out to the right here. The Dragons, Sloan, gets on the outside. He is just brought down. Just brought down. That was close. Stephanie, stay funny. 26 degrees in Cairns. Oh, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Fifth and last Dragons, 10 out. They are looking red hot here, the Dragons. But Campbell Graham, Mr. Reliable, makes the tackle and saves the day. Shack of Hearts, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Let me get rid of that advertising. We don't want KFC reminders again. All through the bloody game, do we? Can't have that. We don't want that. Otherwise, we'll all be craving KFC by the time this game's over. Jose Estrada, ahoy! I reckon the Rabbitohs win this one, in all honesty. But it could be close. The Rabbitohs are not exactly in good form. And the Dragons have been showing signs of improvement. Signs. Another completed set here for the Bunnies. And Sloan takes the high ball. He's looked threatening very early on in this game, Terrell Sloan. I had a choice between Sloan and Ravalawa for my same game multi, and I went with Ravalawa. The way that this game started, though, Sloan's looking dangerous. Now the Dragons try to break through midfield again. They are looking so threatening. They have started this game really well, and they are actually... they're right on top at the moment. I'll say it. I don't want to jinx anything. Ben Hunt puts it high. Pressure on the kick chase. Latrell has just enough time. And now he's running backwards and crossfield, Latrell. Trying to get away from the defense, but can't. Oh, and he's slow to get up here. Mitchell, he's got taped up hands. Very taped up. And he looks uncomfortable. Latrell looks very uncomfortable there. He's obviously nursing a niggle in that right hand. And taking that tackle has not done him any favours. Oh, and there's a high shot on Cameron Murray, and that is going to give away all the hard work that the Dragons have done to start this contest. Oh, that's a disappointing penalty for the Dragons. Credit to them for how well this game's going, though. There we go, a penalty for a high shot. And Michael Molo with the high shot is on report. That's not great. Rabbitohs, this is a real chance for them. 6 minutes in, they've been under the pump, but the Dragons have come away with nothing. And now they have to defend a full set of 6. Zoe plays, ahoy! Liam Pritchard would like some KFC, as now Cody Walker sets his outside man away. But great goal line defense from the Dragons. Just shuts them down. Jacob Host it was who nearly got over. They stay on the short side. Cody Walker is swarmed by the defense. Oh, they nearly made them pay there. How are you doing there, Steph? Stay funny. Stephanie, stay funny. Zoe plays, ahoy. And Joe Dango. How's everybody doing? Welcome along. Damien Cook on the 5th and last. Grubbers into the end goal. There was no real kick chase there. Nobody else but Damien knew what was happening there. They were right on top there, Shack of Hearts, were the Dragons. They were right on top. And then they just gave it away. A silly penalty. A coach killer, as you say. And the problem there for the Rabbits was nobody knew that Damien Cook was going to cook that ball. Damien Cook was going to kick that ball. And fifth and last, on the back of that high penalty, that high tackle penalty, the Dragons are struggling out of their own end. What a turnaround a penalty like that can make. Robert, ahoy there, mate. You hope Souths make a statement? I hope they do too, because I have loaded up on bunnies in my same game multi. 3 of the 4 legs for any time try scorer. All Rabbitohs. And they're up over halfway again now. That high tackle might have just sparked them into gear a little bit. They are making a lot more meters off this set of 6 now. Cody Walker now steps. Nearly breaks through the line. A great legs tackle there by Little. Fifth and last. Staying on the blind side. They love it down there. And Tass will go to ground. And a handover. And another 5th tackle option that they would probably like their time over again. But if anything, it does keep the Dragons pinned down inside their own 10-meter line. So it might not be the worst idea in the world. Just go to ground. Don't risk putting the ball over the dead ball line, giving away a 7-tackle set. Farsi, ahoy, mate. I hope everybody's all geared up and raring to go for a big triple header here today. And I'm hoping for 3 good games. I'm doing very well, thank you, Zoe Plays. You know how it is, keeping myself busy, doing my streams. Meters hard to come by for the Dragons since that penalty. Hunt is forced to kick from inside the 40, and it's a great kick. No threat of a 40-20, but it goes all the way down to the goal line. And it turns the Rabbitohs around. Farsi says Wallabies can't lose this weekend. Why? Because they're not playing? Yay. I'm curious to see the England-Wales game, though. That could be a cracking contest. Now they've spread it wide and they've got an overlap here. South Sydney. Milner's away. He's got support inside from Graham. He dummies and goes on his own. And he's taken and now driven towards the sideline but stays in the field of play. They've got them stretched back out to the left now, the Rabbitohs. Murray to Walker. Draw and pass. Draw and pass. And now Alex Johnston cruises over the sideline. Down the sideline, I should say. He didn't go over the sideline. He cruises down the sideline and plants it down untouched in the corner. And the Rabbitohs will score first. And I can't believe that I've overlooked having Alex Johnston in my same game multi. I mean, that is just unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable to not have him in there. Try time, bunnies. KFC's back. Who wants some KFC? McKid King, ahoy there, mate. Farsi, you've put $50 on Fiji to beat Wales in the Rugby World Cup. I'm seriously considering throwing some money on Fiji to beat the Wallabies at the World Cup. The conversion from out wide, Latrell Mitchell, successful. And the Rabbitohs, after a slow start, they're back on top now in this game. What I should have done is taken Kalamatangi out and loaded up on Alex Johnston. Maybe gone Alex Johnston 2+ tries. Fiji have been in some absolute cracking form, Farsi. Remember how close they were to knocking off the Wallabies at the last World Cup in the pool rounds? They were 15 minutes away from a major, major upset. And they're a much better team this time around. And I would actually say that the Wallabies are slightly weaker this time around. So I'm tempted. I'm really keeping an eye on the odds of that one. 6 points to nil. The Dragons will get us back underway here. All right, let's get rid of this KFC again, shall we? As the Dragons go through their set after points coming out of territory. I've had enough of it. Oh, now they've made a break. No, they haven't. Saw that out of the corner of my eye. Got a bit excited. Ah. All right, there we go. They've marched all the way upfield. The Rabbitohs, and now a pressure kick. Feagai does well to take it and hold on and just stay in the field of play. Oh, okay. All right, that was straight. That was straight rum. Not what I meant to do. I wouldn't go as far as to say Fiji would win a World Cup in our lifetime, Farsi. I don't think that they'll ever be that good at the 15-man game. They'll certainly win quite a few more sevens tournaments in our lifetime. Farsi had a 3-time anytime multi in the Broncos game, didn't get a single one. Well, that happens quite often. I would rather miss all of them. I would rather not get a single one. What's been happening to me all year long is I've been getting 3 out of the 4. And the last one lets me down. And now Alex Johnston's away again. He's got support inside from Isaiah Tuss. And Tuss will score and get my first tick on the multi. Isaiah Tuss. Oh, it's called forward. Oh, you son of a bitch. Who's the referee? Who's the referee? God damn it. How dare he call a forward pass? Oh, Tuss was over. Who's the referee? Ben Cummins, the great big goof. Oh, well, I'll take that tick away off my multi. Damn it. I've been robbed. 6 points to nil, it remains, and it's going to be Dragons' ball here. Inside their own half. Oh, I can't believe it. I thought we were on there. I thought we were on. Bugger it. Scrum down Dragons. 30 out from their own line in midfield. 25 and a half to go till the halftime break. Still just a 6-point difference. Can they take advantage of this lifeline that's been thrown to them? Down the blind side goes Little. He nearly breaks through. They're 30 out from the Rabbits line now. Hunt feeds Molo. Molo goes to ground. 20 out. They go left. Racing up out of the line is Ilias. And he chops down the playmaker. 5th and last, Hunt on the right-hand side. Grubbers into the end goal. Needs it to pull up. It doesn't. It goes over the dead ball line. And a 7-tackle set here for South Sydney. I dare say this sees them all the way back upfield and putting the pressure on once more. A really bad ender set there from Ben Hunt. Quite honestly, Ben Hunt's better than that. especially when he's wearing a Maroons jersey. Yeah, what are we thinking about multis for the next game? Oh, I'll do it at halftime. I'll worry about it at halftime. Multis for the next game. They're loading up again here. The Rabbits, Mitchell with the offload to Graham. And they're 40 out from the Dragons line. Shaq Mitchell still running. Post-contact meters galore from Big Shaq. The left, where they've looked very threatening. Walker to Tass. And Tass, Ravalawa lines him up and puts him down. Fifth and last. Ilias with the... he shaped for the crossfield kick. Keeps it along the ground. And it pops up for Feagai. Feagai beats one. He can't get out of the in-goal. Ilias chases his own kick and chops him down. Goal line dropout. Result for the Rabbitohs. That's the difference between a good kick and a 7-tackle set right there. Lockie Ilias showing how it's done. Farsi reckons 7 tries to 3 in favour of the Warriors. Oh, the short dropout has just gone a mile over the sideline. Where was he trying to kick that? I have never seen a goal line dropout go that far out on the full. And this is a gift 2 points right in front for the Rabbitohs. Take the 2, take the 2, take the 2. That has gone out by about 500 metres. I can't believe what I've just seen. And an absolute gift here for South Sydney to go 8 points to 0 up. What has happened there? They are indeed going to take the 2 points. An absolute gift. I honestly can't understand. When you weigh up the risk versus reward, especially this early in a game, risk versus reward, why do so many teams go for this short dropout? If you get it right, all that happens is you get the ball back at your end of the field. You've got to go all the way down the other end of the field. If you don't get it right, you're giving away a gift 2 points in front of the post or a full set of 6 on your own goal line. It just makes no sense to me. If you get it right consistently and you keep getting the ball back, it would be understandable. But teams don't, do they? There is not a team that just constantly gets the ball back from those restarts. So it's making no sense to me whatsoever. Oh, they've let the kickoff bounce. The Rabbitohs have let the kickoff bounce, and it goes into touch. And the Dragons are handed another lifeline. Communication breakdown there from the Rabbitohs. Everybody's just stood there watching it bounce. Joe Dango says confident prediction for Broncos to beat Penrith in the next coming round to top the ladder. There's only one problem with that prediction. The Broncos aren't playing Penrith. Oh, and now Suli goes straight through 1 and 2 and feeds Ravalawa on the outside. And Ravalawa will score in the corner. And there, they can't take this one off me. My first tick on the 4-leg multi. And the Dragons, they were handed a lifeline from the kickoff. It only took them one go. And Ravalawa will score in the corner. I'm loving that. From the scrum, the very first tackle, they made them pay. 8 points to 4. Kick to come from way out wide. Caden Van Dorn. Ahoy. How are you doing there today? Super Saturday. 3 big games of footy. Back to back to back. And Souths have just invited the Dragons back into this contest. Great for us because there's a tick off the multi. And imagine if that Isaiah Tuss try had have stood. Ben Hunt from the sideline. The wind is going to pick this up and take it drifting across the posts. And 8 points to 4 it remains. But that was an absolute gift for the Dragons. Caden looking forward for the Dolphins, eh? Dolphins, Roosters coming up tonight. Dan Jam, ahoy mate. Doing very well, thank you. Looking forward to a big triple header of NRL action here this Saturday. I'm close to the Dolphins' catchment point, I suppose. Souths get us back underway. It's been a scrappy old game. But it is the Rabbitohs just getting the job done at the moment. They need to be better than what we just saw, though, from the kickoff. Letting the ball bounce into touch. Just handing possession back. And the Dragons score from the ensuing scrum. Suli has another run. Looking damaging. Dan Jam asks if I'm going to check out the Challenge Cup final today. Lee versus Hull. Oh, and now a pass to nobody. It bounces kindly, though, for the Dragons. Fifth and last, just shy of the halfway line. Hunt puts the kick in. Finds space. Bounces kindly for Latrell. And Mitchell, not a lot of enthusiasm in that kick return for Latrell Mitchell, it must be said. He's clearly not at 100%. He's got his hand all strapped up. And that was just a little bit lax there from Latrell on the kick return. I suppose... Oh, no! Kalaumatangi has just spilt it. The Rabbitohs, what is going wrong with South Sydney? A 0 tackle now for the Dragons. 40 out from South's line. And that is just some very, very basic errors that are creeping into the game. No pressure on him whatsoever. And he just spills the ball. Hunt to the line. Out the back now. Amon fires the cutout pass across. And Feagai goes to ground just inside the field of play. 20 out on tackle 3. They bring it back to the middle. Oh, be careful of the lifting tackle there, Damien Cook. Damien Cook, you've got to be very, very careful lifting guys off the ground. The penalty has gone to the Dragons. I don't think there was anything in it, really. It's on report. Penalty sufficient. And here is a gift 2 points for the Dragons. And with 16 minutes to go until the halftime break, take the 2 when they're on offer, I say. Oh, thank you very much for subscribing there, the Knee Crumbler. Welcome along to the Wasted World of Sports. Oh, and this doesn't look good on the out on the sideline here for trying to see who that is on the sideline for the Dragons. busted their leg. Feagai. Oh, it's Feagai. Feagai very slow to get up. It looks like he's trying to walk it off. Oh, the Dragons have knocked back the 2. They want more. They've tapped and gone. Couchman takes it on tackle 2, just to the right of the post. They're a metre short of the line here. Hunt with the short ball. Couchman gets it back. They've got a 6 again. They are centimetres short of the line here. The Dragons just to the left of the post. Loose play the ball. Little is swamped by the defence. And that's a wasted tackle here, but plenty up their sleeve. Amoni brings Couchman into play again. That's his 3rd hit up. Unless there's a set of Couchman triplets on the field. That was his 3rd hit up in this little sequence alone. Running out of ideas here, the Dragons, it seems. Just setting plays up, trying to draw in South's defence. They've got numbers out to the right now if Sloan can go there, but he cuts back in field. He's taken by Cody Walker on the 5th and last. Racing up out of the line. Hunt is caught. Gets it away to Amon. Amon chips for himself over the top. It's been lost forward. And then offside. Latrell must be offside in that situation. And it's... Oh, that could have been a penalty try. And if he's given a penalty for being taken without the ball, surely we're looking at potential penalty try range here. Well, I'm trying to see where the tackle without the ball even happened. I think he's just fallen over his own feet. But anyway, Cameron Murray knocking it forward and Latrell Mitchell then picking it up. It would have been Dragons' ball anyway. Cody Walker's on report. He can't believe it, but then that shouldn't be surprising to anybody. And if they knocked back the 2 before, they're definitely knocking this one back from way further out. They want tries, the Dragons. Tries. 5 metres out from the line. Dragons, 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 says Caden. Amone dummies and goes on his own. And he loses the ball. Oh, that is devastating. That is a coach killer right there. That is absolutely devastating. Oh, you can't believe what you've just seen. The Dragons, they should have taken the 2 after that first penalty. They really should have. It was a gift. Scrum down here for the Rabbitohs. 10 out from their own line. Oh, who's this on the field? Tallis Duncan. And now a relieving penalty. It's all just gone pear-shaped for the Dragons, this last little sequence of play. They looked so clueless on attack. And then spilling the ball, and now a penalty to piggyback South's upfield. It could have been 8-6. It remains 8-4, and now the Rabbitohs have got the ball back in Dragons territory. That has got to be painful. I hate to call it so early, but that could have been the game right there as a contest. 6 again for the Rabbitohs. They're 30 out, launching an attack down the left-hand side, and now Cody Walker drops the ball on tackle 1. Cody Walker has dropped it on tackle 1. Oh, neither team wants to win this game. It's one of those days where no side wants to win. They're both making simple errors and inviting the opposition back into the contest. And it's going to be a scrum down now for the Dragons. Geez, I would love to know what the error count is. Let's have a look at the stats. The error count for both teams must be immense. 2 very unhappy coaches right now, I should imagine. I don't know if this is the most recent of the statistics. No, it can't be. 3 errors to 1. That can't be the most recent statistic that I have. And now another one. It dropped ball from the play the ball. 4 errors to 2, potentially. Feels like it's been a lot more than that. This is absolutely incredible. I can't believe what we're seeing here. Both teams are just inviting each other into the contest. The Dragons just got the ball back, and now they've given it straight back to the Rabbitohs. 10.5 to go till the break. And it's going to be a midfield scrum, 40 out. Hamish McKenzie, ahoy there, mate. They go the blind side. Walker, this time, shuffles it on to Mitchell. Mitchell, a forward pass. Latrell Mitchell flicks a forward pass out. They were away again there, Souths, but a forward pass from Latrell, and it's another mistake from a team on tackle 1. It was a mile forward. And now the Dragons will get a scrum down. Oh, this is amazing. For all the wrong reasons, amazing. 9.5 to go. Dragons scrum feed. Can somebody just hold on to the ball and make something happen? Oh, check this out, Caden. I dug this out of my collections cupboard. This is my retro. What did we figure out? This was from like the late 90s when the Sharks were sponsored by Reebok. Dragons into South's territory now. Lined up to the left. Oh, and that's a great hit by Campbell Graham on Sloan. Nullifying any potential threat out there. It was a solid tackle. 5th and last, Ben Hunt goes high. And Mitchell does well to reach back into the end goal. Plant his foot, claim the high ball, and earns a 20-metre restart for Souths. Shack of Hearts, these teams are in the giving spirit today. Hamish, your cake day is in about 2 weeks. Time to grab my mate by the ear and drag him off his girlfriend and drink with me. Nice. Nothing like drinks for cake day. Eight minutes to go till the break. South Sydney now. Kalaumatangi, he's got a lot to make up for that simple mistake earlier in the contest. You know what would be great way to make up for it? Score a try for my multi. Mitchell kicks on tackle 4. It's going to pop up in the end goal, is it? No, it runs too deep. Are the dead ball lines, maybe they're shorter in goals here at Cairns. Because both teams have been guilty a few times now of just pumping that ball way too deep into the end goal. Blake Lyons, ahoy mate. How are you doing today? Eight points to 4 it is, 7 minutes to go. Both teams just going back and forth, trading meters upfield. The points have grown stagnant. But it's the Dragons in attacking range at the moment. 30 out in midfield from the Rabbitohs line. Couchman involved again. 5th and last. What can they come up with here? They stay on the blind side. Hunt runs it, puts a little grubber kick in behind, and it goes over the sideline. And both teams are just really not kicking well. Both teams are just not playing well in general. This has been a real stinker of a game as far as the quality goes. But at least that means it's staying a close game. It's one of those nasty but exciting affairs. And now a pass out the back to nobody in their own 10-metre line. The Rabbitohs. That is just so scrappy. It's so basic. Where was the runner? Who was that pass intended for? It's gone straight to ground. And lucky for them, nobody touched it. So there's no knock on. And they retain the ball. But this is just so... 5 or 6 weeks ago, people were talking about the Rabbitohs being competition favourites. I laughed so much, I nearly choked. I really did. And now we're seeing why I've laughed so much. Sloan's got back. 40-20 is on here for the Rabbitohs. Sloan taps it in field and saves the day and manages to get back into the field of play as well. Terrell Sloan. Oh, he's done an amazing job back there. Those do look like really short in goal lines, don't they? That could explain some of the kicks going over the dead ball line. No, sorry, Hamish. I haven't had a chance yet, mate. Stephanie Stay Funny Steph says Mitchell Moses update. Looks like Moses will likely be good to go for the grand final. That's a bit ambitious. I'd be far more concerned about Parramatta getting through week to week and actually making the playoffs before worrying about Mitchell Moses' return date. Oh, God, that was a depressing watch last night, wasn't it, Steph? That was such a hard game to watch. As a matter of fact, we didn't even really watch it. Halfway through the game, we started bollocksing about with AI-generated art. I'd given up on the game by that point. Now a penalty to South. Take the 2. Take the 2. Caden Van Dorn, who do I think will be in the finals? I don't think it really matters. I mean, Penrith are going to win in a canter this year, no matter who they're up against. Everyone else is just making up the numbers. Everyone else is basically just playing for the right, or the privilege, playing for the privilege of losing to the Panthers in the grand final this year. That's the simple reality of season 2023. Three metres out from the line here now. Souths, they will get the last say of the first half, will they? Crash ball. Havili nearly goes over. Cook to Duncan. Tallis Duncan's caught on tackle 5. They're a metre out in front of the post here, Souths. Cook, grubbers in for Kalaumatangi. Kalaumatangi, it goes through his fingertips. And then Ilias can't get to it either. And it's been knocked on. Oh, Kalaumatangi. I've had Tuss taken off me for a forward pass. And Kalaumatangi there. Fingertip stuff. He's nearly scored a try. That's how close my 4-leg multi has been so far today. Tuss called back for a forward pass. Kalaumatangi there just needed the bounce of the ball. Fingertips in it. Unbelievable. That's how close it can be sometimes. Oh, God. Shack of Heart says, imagine what AI-generated Shrek would look like if you combined it with a celebrity. Oh, we did way too much of that last night. But I've got to be honest, it was way more exciting than the game. Jeez, that Broncos-Parramatta game was boring. It was probably the most boring game of footy I've seen all season long. Parramatta just didn't show up. It was really depressing to see. The absolute single worst game of footy I've seen all season, hands down. Oh, straight through. A big gaping hole goes... who was it that went through? Max Feagai and Latrell Mitchell. Latrell Mitchell with the cover-saving tackle. Latrell Mitchell stands firm, saves the try. Good defense of the back. 8 points to 4, though. There is no way Souths can be happy with this performance. And there's no way the Dragons can be happy with this performance either so far. Both teams have been extremely disappointing. Oh, and now spilling it at the back was that Ilias. Just... I can't believe that this is the South Sydney Rabbitohs that just 6 weeks ago, everyone was convinced. Everyone was convinced, except for me, by the way. Everyone was convinced they were premiership favourites. And look at them now. Just basics. Ilias. Oh, and Latrell Mitchell has had a head clash there. Latrell Mitchell has had a head clash. The thumbs up from the trainer. I dare say that he's going to get called off by the independent doctor, though. He will get called off at some point for sure by the independent doctor. You can't have a head clash and stay down and stay out there. He'll be called off at some point. Or maybe because there's only 30 seconds to go till the halftime break, he'll get away with it. Dan Jam says Origin seems to have affected them badly as the Dragons now line up to the left. Sloan, fleck pass back in field, onto the ground. Damien Cook gets the boot to ball, but he doesn't have the pace to get upfield and make a clean break. They've got front football here. This will be the last play of the half. Do you realise it's the last play of the half, you great big goof? And that'll be half time. Going to ground there, Tallis Duncan. Eight points to 4 it is at halftime, and one of the scrappiest, most error-riddled games I've seen in a long time. And I know that I said, I laughed at the prospect that they were competition favourites 6 or so weeks ago, but just because I was laughing at the fact that they were being called competition favourites doesn't mean I didn't think they were a decent team. They are a lot better than this, South Sydney. They are so much better than what they are putting out there at the moment. They are, of course, not the only team we can say that about so far this season. Caden Van Dorn, guys, what teams do you go for? Say it. Let me have a guess. I think Will's Broncos. Shack of Hearts? I actually don't know. Stephanie Stay Funny Steph is Eels. Hamish McKenzie doesn't even follow sports. He's just here to support me. Captain Redbeard is Cowboys. Those are the ones from the most recent chats that I definitely know. Wow, 8 points to 4. What a scrappy old game this has been. Absolutely unbelievable. For all the wrong reasons, unbelievable. 8 points to 4. Souths, they are just doing the job at the moment. But both teams definitely left some points out there. This is how close it is, though. Like, look at that 4-leg multi, right? Ravalawa, tick. Tass scored, but it was called back for a forward pass. I would have had 2. Kalaumatangi was this close. He was just a fingertip away, a bounce of the ball away from scoring a try himself. That would have been 3. And then we would have had a whole half a footy for Latrell Mitchell to score a try and hammer home that 4-leg multi. That's how close and how painful it can be sometimes, isn't it? Will says Viking King will be on here at some stage. He'll go for the team that is winning. He'll go for the Raiders. Viking King, he'll go for the Raiders. But if the Raiders don't do too well, then he'll jump on with somebody else, won't he? Shack of Hearts, you're not a diehard, but you just support the Broncos and Dolphins. Oh, because you live in Brisbane. Ah, well, there you go. That's good to know. I don't think that's ever come up. Caden goes to Dolphins. I live just out of Brisbane. I'm closer. I'm trying to think. I'm probably closer to the Gold Coast. Just. Maybe. I suppose it always depends how fast you drive. Anyway, halftime here, 8 points to 4. A very scrappy old affair. Wasted World of Sports. I am going to have myself a quick break for halftime. Before I do, though, a very special shout out to our Wasted World of Sports All-Stars, who are YouTube channel members, Super Chat donators, Patreon members, past and present. See, Captain Redbeard, you've got 2 months' worth of being left in there to make up for me not realizing you were still in there. So there we go. A big cheers to all the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars. So YouTube channel members, Patreon members, and YouTube Super Chatters. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. I'm going to have a quick break here for halftime. 8 points to 4 it is in favour of the South Sydney Rabbitohs, who are just doing enough to hold on to their lead here over the Dragons. And I'll be back for all the second half action right after this. And then we've got to talk quickly as well about what we're going to do for a multi in the next game. So all that coming up right after this. I've got to figure out it. I've got to figure out where my camera is so I can switch it off quickly. There we go. All right. Be right back.
G'day, Vobsy. Well, ahoy, Vobsy. This is a message from myself, Fletch, and the Wasted World of Sports. Just to let you know, mate, you've won back-to-back VIP titles, another $100 gift card. You got to go collect your first one, actually. So, $200. Anyway, mate, well done. Congratulations. And ahoy, the Vobsy. See you, brother.
All right, Wasted World of Sports, ahoy, and welcome back. Halftime here, 8 points to 4 in one of the most miserable halves of footy you will ever see between the Rabbitohs and the Dragons. Neither team really capable of putting it all together, and both have left a lot of points out there so far tonight. 8 points to 4. But hopefully in terms of my multi, they get a good bollocking at halftime and they come out in the second half, the Rabbitohs, and put on a show. I only say that because I loaded up on Rabbits in my same game multi. So I kind of need them to come through and pick up their act a little bit. Because the Dragons have done their job. Ravalawa has done his job. That was one leg down. It's now over to the Rabbitohs. They've got to do the job for me now for the rest of this game. But I think it's been surprising, to say the least, the performance from South Sydney. The Dragons are just the Dragons, aren't they? So we can't be too surprised about them. But Souths, to have fallen to such a standard, that's really surprising to me. Crazy stuff. But anyway, a whole half of football to go. 40 minutes is a long time in rugby league. So they can still put it together. They could still end up winning quite comfortably. Another 4 tries or something in the second half, and suddenly you're looking at a fairly hefty margin, aren't you? So all is not lost. I'll be hoping for Kalau-Matangi, Tass, and Latrell. Latrell didn't look too good at the end of that half, though. He copped the head knock. He might be called off at some stage for a HIA. He's also a little bit ginger with the right hand. He's got his right hand taped up. And a couple of times he's pulled away from tackles, either making them or being tackled. He's pulled up and given that hand a little bit of a shake. So he's not in a great way tonight, Latrell. It might not have been the best day to have him in your anytime try scorer multi like I do. Blake Lions, surely the Dragons, surely Souths have done enough to maintain going forward. Even if the Dragons score first in the second half, they'll lead by 2 points potentially. Yeah, I just think the halftime lead was quite massive for Souths, even though they're not playing well. That's the thing. The Dragons aren't playing well either. Lucky for Souths, Dragons are not playing well either. So no side really seems to want to win this one. Souths, they really do need to lift their game, though. 8 points to 4. Both teams are back out for the second half. Let's see. I've been on board with Souths right from the beginning of this one. Can they go on with the job? 4 points, I dare say, will not be enough. But we'll see. I'm sure that they got quite the talking to at the halftime break. Second half is off and running. AFBOCC, ahoy. I don't think the Broncos were honestly that good. It's just Parramatta was so bad. It should come as no surprise to anybody that I'm not at all convinced about the Broncos this season. I mean, Parramatta were just abysmal. I don't think my Sharks were that great either, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, AFBOCC. I don't think the Sharks were too crash hot either. The Titans were quite bad. But anyway, I'm a hard man to please. Very difficult to please. We all know this. Captain's challenge thrown out early here in the second half for the Dragons, and I suppose they need to because handing possession over to Souths this early in the second half in this quality field position, really not what they want. 100% AFBOCC. It's pretty much at the moment. It's basically at the moment the Penrith Panthers. And everybody else is playing for the privilege, the honour of sharing the spotlight with the Panthers in the grand final and losing to them. I should stop messing around with the screen, shouldn't I? Captain's challenge is successful, and the Dragons will retain possession, and they get their kick away. A good captain's challenge there. It was risky so early in the second half, but it needed to be done, and it's worked out for them. Yeah, I 100% I don't think it matters who is in the grand final. The Panthers are going to win and win comfortably. The only thing that is going to prevent a Panthers victory is if there's a mass injury spread throughout the squad, and it probably needs to spill into the reserve grade as well. Because in all honesty, I reckon the Panthers could field a reserve grade team at the moment and still beat most of the teams. As a big mistake at the back. The kick has gone high. And he got just a little bit ahead of himself there. And they've dropped the ball here cold, the Dragons. There'll be no challenge in this one. And Feagai, Matthew Feagai, a very simple mistake there at the back. And Souths will have a scrum midfield, 10 out. And here's an opportunity for them to signal their intent here in the second half. They go to the right-hand side. Walker, short ball to Campbell Graham. And Campbell Graham goes straight through some really feeble defense. And he scores the try. And the Rabbitohs will go up now. 12 points to 4, the kick to come. The dream start to the second half for South Sydney. Oh, Campbell Graham, another one that I nearly had in my multi. Could easily have had in my multi. Ah, well. What can you do? Decisions have been made. And we're stuck with it now. Shack of Hearts says this has been such a scrappy game. Oh, it's been a difficult watch. It's still been better to watch than the Broncos-Eels game last night. Latrell Mitchell puts the kick right down the middle. And it's 14 points to 4. That lead opens up to now for Souths. Shack of Heart says Cody Walker was lucky not to be sitting down for 10 minutes when he was reported. What was he on report for? Was he the one that did the tackle without the ball? If he's been pinged for tackling without the ball in a try-scoring position, I think not only is he lucky to still be on the field, or not to be sitting down for... Oh, it was a hip drop tackle, was it? Okay. A hip drop. Oh, they've let the ball bounce from the kickoff again, Souths. This time, it's not too disastrous. But they lose the ball. They've spilt the ball. Can you believe what we are witnessing here in this game? The Dragons have got the ball. First tackle off the kickoff. 10 out from the Rabbitohs line. This is the most bizarre game I've ever seen. They're loaded up out to the right here, the Dragons, but they go left. Hunt back inside to Couchman, I believe it was. Ryan Couchman. There's too many Couch. There are 2 Couchmans on the field. Okay, that explains so much. Amon kicks on tackle 3. It's going to pop up for Ben Hunt, and the Dragons have scored. They're back in at the Dragons, but they've been invited back into it by Souths constantly. And Ben Hunt scores under the post, and it's about to be 14 points to 10. The conversion will not be missed. Short of a sniper in the stands taking out the kicker, there is no way this conversion gets missed. A kick on tackle 3, in behind the line. Where was Latrell? There's Latrell. Way out of position over on the other side of the field. And that's well spotted by Amon. A perfectly weighted kick for Ben Hunt. And I've got to say, that's Latrell just completely caught out of position there at the back. 100% Shack of Hearts. It has definitely been that sort of game. Both teams just inviting each other back into the contest. This is also the sort of game where a kick from right in front like this could be missed. But thankfully for Ben Hunt's sake, he puts it right down the middle, as you would expect. 14 points to 10. How many twists and turns are left in this one? This has been such a bizarre watch. I think we can all agree. Dragons receiving the ball. 4 points the difference. They just won't go away. Souths won't let them go away. Can't believe it. I really can't. Plenty of time left. Dragons now spread it wide to the right. Sloan. Suli tries to step back inside. Can't beat the tackle of Cody Walker. They're up over halfway, though, the Dragons, with Couchman, the other one. Couchman T. Back to Hunt. Hunt puts it high. It holds up in the breeze, but there's no kick chase pressure on, and it's taken easily at the back for Souths. But Souths, this is where they've been falling into errors. The mistakes have been free-flowing. I've got to be honest, my multi is not looking good at all. The way that this game's been going. Jacob Host with the hit up on tackle 4. They're stuck at their own end here. South. Murray with the short ball. And it's called forward. Oh, they're on to the forward passes tonight. You see, this is a reaction to the media attention that's been put on those forward passes that weren't called the other week. So now they're overcompensating, and we are seeing a crackdown of forward pass calls this weekend. They are on to absolutely everything. (14 points to 10). 31 minutes to go. Dragons ball on halfway. Full set of 6 incoming, if they can hold on to the ball. It's overcompensation, Will. That's what it is. They're responding to all the reports from last weekend, and they're overcompensating. And it happens all the time with high tackles and hip drops and offside lines and stuff like that. I've never seen it happen with forward passes before, though. Suli trying to back into the defensive line on tackle 5. Hunt puts it high. Oh, everybody's let that bounce. And it's knocked on by the Dragons in the end. Jeez, this was typically messy of this game. Tackle 1 for the Rabbitohs. Bringing it out of territory. Who wants to win this game? 30 minutes to go. These are the moments. Who wants to win? Which side is going to be the one to step up? Murray up to halfway. No passing this time from Cameron Murray. He just tucked it in under the shoulder and ran. Kalaumatangi now. I don't think he's going to get on the try scorers sheet. His opportunity was there in the first half. A fingertip away. Ilias puts it high. Latrell Mitchell takes it, offloads to Cody Walker. And Cody Walker will score. Now that's what Souths are capable of. Cody Walker, once again, nobody in my multi. Souths back on top. Feagai's having a night to forget, isn't he? Well, I think Latrell has well and truly made up for being out of position at the back for the Dragons try there. The leap and the pass back in one motion to Cody Walker. And Cody Walker knew exactly what was happening. And is that the beginning of the end for the Dragons? Where's Latrell? Is he onside here? Is Latrell Mitchell onside? Oh. Latrell's offside. Latrell Mitchell's offside. This is going to get taken away. Has it been confirmed already? Has this try been confirmed yet? We're still waiting around for confirmation, I think. Latrell was offside. If this goes to the bunker, it's getting taken off them. Try confirmed. Try's been confirmed. Wow. Okay. Wow, the bunker's made a complete mess of that one. The whole team was offside, really, sack of hearts, except for Ilias, because he's the one that kicked the ball. The entire team was offside, but Latrell was clearly offside, and he's the one that got involved in the play. Well, somehow that try's been confirmed, and Souths go up 20 points to 10 on the back of it. There is absolutely no way this was onside, though. No way. He is a metre offside there, Latrell Mitchell. I mean, it was a great try. You can't deny the fact it was a great effort, but clearly offside. Well, a little bit of a lifeline there for the Rabbitohs. Oh, yeah, from the angle we saw, yeah. It was a pretty conclusive angle, though, in my opinion. Obviously, the bunker has all sorts of different angles, apparently, that we don't see on TV. That's what they tell us anyway. I don't know how true it is. But, I mean, you just have to draw a line across the ground. It was a pretty conclusive angle. But anyway, they've got away with it, the Rabbitohs. And the Dragons stand and watch this one bounce over the sideline. They'll get the ball back. Interesting, to say the least. Shakafat says, I'm getting the feeling, you get Dan, the feeling that Souths are going to keep St. George in this game. Oh, boy. The knee crumbler says Russell Crowe slipped the ref a sly 500. Russell Crowe, come. I would have been like, Russell, you can do better than that, mate. Make it $5 grand and then we're talking. So he probably slipped him a sneaky five grand. I mean, that was... I totally understand the argument of angles and everything, but even on an angle, you can still proportionately create an imaginary line across a field. Latrell was about a metre offside. It was, yeah. But anyway. There's still plenty of time for Souths to do something to invite the Dragons back into this contest. And it's not like the Dragons have been good enough to take advantage of it anyway. So, it is what it is. Shack of Hearts says, you know the feeling you got when you watched the Sharks last night and didn't call it over until full time, despite the Sharks' 26-point lead. You getting that feeling? Oh yeah, I know my team well enough to know that it wasn't over. It was not going to be over until the referee blew that whistle. Oh, they've stood and watched it bounce here. Sloan, that's dangerous. He's done well to get back in the field of play. But the amount of balls that, the high balls that have just been allowed to bounce tonight, put that on top of just the basic errors that are being made. I'm struggling with what I'm seeing so far today. Cairns is having a wild effect on these two teams, to say the least. 24 and a half minutes to go. Fifth and last. Hunt puts a huge kick up. Oh, and it's in behind. It's going to go over the dead ball line. Hunt has kicked from essentially inside his own 30-metre line. And it's gone all the way over the dead ball line. That was a massive boot. A little too massive. And it's a 7-tackle set now for the Rabbitohs. That was a huge kick. That was a rugby union kick, that one. South's now out of territory. They've got this game in control. They don't need to do anything too fancy. I would like it if they did, though. I would like some try scorers for Souths. Cody Walker now trying to break away. Callum Dickinson, ahoy mate. 7 a.m. in the UK, cheering on the Rabbitohs. There you go. Fifth and last now for Souths. Midfield, 30 out, they go to the left. Cody Walker takes it to the line. Mitchell runs. Doesn't back himself, passes to Tass. Tass to Johnston. Johnston pops it back in field. It was forward. There were a couple of forward passes in there, I think. But the last one from Johnston, the basketball back inside, was definitely forward. Souths, it's just not clicking, is it, for them? Just not happening. What has gone wrong with South Sydney? From competition favourites, supposedly, to 20 points to 10 in a scrappy old affair against the Dragons. Losing to the Sharks was pretty embarrassing too. Anyway, fifth and last, Ben Hunt steps around the racing up defender, gets his kick away. But Taane Milne at the back takes it without any pressure. The kick, once again, just a little bit too deep there from Ben Hunt. 21 and a half minutes to go here. South's 10 points in the lead. Arrow back on the field. He's had his little massage on the sideline. As Jai. He's had his massage. He's back on for another stint. Fifth and last, Souths back to Mitchell. Mitchell kicks from just outside the 40. And it's taken on the full by Ravalawa. Charging those big legs up is Ravalawa. But he's met by three Souths defenders. 30 out in midfield. And both teams are just going through the motions here for the moment, just trying to play themselves into some sort of rhythm, I guess. Neither team has really got into any sort of rhythm. Hunt now at the back to Suli, who bumps off the first tackle. He's taken down by Cody Walker. That should be a set restart. Not called. Cummins not interested. That 5Gs is going a long way from Russell Crowe. And Sloan is now taken down on tackle 5. Back to Hunt for the kick. How's this one placed? It's a little too deep again. Just a little too deep again. And Latrell Mitchell has ample time to plant himself and take this without any fuss whatsoever. So Ben Hunt, he's just not compensating well with that breeze in behind. The kicks are just all a little bit too deep as Souths offload. Duncan can't get the ball onto the outside. The knee grumbler says Russell also giving him the sly wristy. Well, I didn't want to make it sexual. Will ask Callum Dickinson, why do you go for the Rabbits? My answer to that, I suppose, is he's allowed to. It's always interesting, though, isn't it? I was having this conversation with some of the American guys last night. It's interesting. What is it about South Sydney that made that connection? We're curious, Callum. Are you an expat Aussie living over in the UK now? What's the backstory? Dragons with the ball back now, racing up on Ben Hunt, and Ben Hunt forces the pass, and there's a mistake. Oh, because you've bet on them. Okay, so they're not your team. They're not your team, it's just you've got money on them. Well, that makes perfect sense then. Jesse, ahoy mate, how you doing? Welcome back. That makes perfect sense then. Yes, if you've got money on a team, I mean, sometimes I go for the Broncos when I've got a bet on. And now a knock on from Jai Arrow. Oh, bring back the Biff. Yes, there's some push and shove. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Dan Jam says from a UK point of view, it could be the Burgess brothers. Didn't think of that. Not playing today, obviously, Burgess, but yeah, there you go. Bring back the Biff. And just another simple mistake here from Souths. Just failing at the moment to put this game to bed. Failing to get... Look at the completion rate from both teams. 21 out of 30 for the Rabbitohs. 70%. 75% for St. George. Horrible completion rates for both teams. But the Dragons doing it just a little bit better at the moment in that part of the game. 70% completion rate for the Rabbitohs. It's amazing that they're actually winning this game with that sort of completion rate. 70% is low. Will says all Russell Crowe's Hollywood buddies go for the Rabbitohs. Not a fan of the Rabbitohs. Can't stand them. Fifth and last here, the Dragons. Sloan will put the grubber kick in. And Ravalawa has ended up taking a tumble. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Did he fall over his own feet? Let's have a look at the replay here. Sloan Tries to get on the outside of Tass, puts the grubber kick in. Oh, and it's Sloan who has bumped Ravalawa. Sloan's been pushed and has bumped into Ravalawa, and Ravalawa takes a tumble over the sideline. A little bit of friendly fire indeed. I wouldn't have thought that Ravalawa would go arse over tit like that from Terrell Sloan, to be perfectly honest. Sloan's not exactly a big man. Oh, it's Shaq. Is that Shaquai Mitchell? Taking it up to the 30. Fifth and last. Rabbitohs stay on the blind side. The pass is in behind. Galaumatangi, no desperation at all to get back to it. And Feagai's away. He's got support from Sloan. Sloan is taken by Cody Walker in a try-saving shutdown tackle around the legs. But they've got numbers to burn to the right. Amone wants no piece of it, though. Oh, he's had his pants pulled down, Amone. It's all out there. Cairns, enjoy the show. Tackle 3 now. Dragons, they had their opportunity, you feel. But Amone went to contact rather than spreading it wide. Amone this time, short ball, no support there. On the outside, fifth and last, they're a metre out here. Dragons, they go left. The kick from Hunt, it just needs to bounce, and it does bounce kindly for Sloan, and Sloan scores. The Dragons are back in it. 14 and a half to go. The Dragons are back in it. Once again, invited back by South Sydney. The loose pass in behind the line. No desperation shown at all to get back to the loose ball, and the Dragons just swoop on it and race away upfield. Feagai scoops it up and runs away. Support from Sloan. I thought they'd butchered it. They had numbers to burn to the right, but Amone just settled things down in midfield. Had his pants pulled down, literally. And the kick just pulls up with the bounce for Sloan to plant it down. 20 points to 14, kick to come. They are not out of this, the Dragons. How important could that offside try be now that was awarded? 6 points to the Rabbitohs from a clear offside, in my opinion. (2014) kick to come. Ben Hunt is about 5 in from the sideline on his favoured boot. For a right-footed kicker. Moves in, strikes it well. It's just going to push past the near upright. Just off to the left there. Ben Hunt. And it remains 20 points to 14. Mr. Ed's dead. Go Dragons, go. Go Dragons, go, he says. A very quick restart here. It's game on. You'd love to see it. It is game on here. Six points the difference. 12 and a half minutes to go. Souths are doing everything possible to invite the Dragons into this contest. I would say that my multi is well and truly shot to pieces now. As they spread it wide, the Dragons, and Suli comes up with the mistake. Oh, that's a crucial mistake. Crucial error, that one. South Sydney ball now, 20 out off the back of that mistake. Tackle 2, they win the scrum. Jai Arrow is met in midfield. Not too expensive here, just trying to draw in some defence. Trying to set up a play. To the left they go, Walker to Mitchell. Mitchell goes on his own, Latrell. 5 out from the line, plays the ball. Cook just gets there in time. Walker. Shaq Mitchell now in front of the sticks, looking for the offload. No, called held. 5th and last, terrible play the ball. Ilias takes the line on. Inside ball to Cody Walker. Cody Walker fights, scraps, and he's taken down centimetres short of the line. And the Dragons hold on. They're still in this. It is still game on. 6 points the difference. Can anybody say golden point? This game deserves golden point, to be perfectly honest. I don't think that's unfair to suggest. Ravalawa is picked up and driven backwards. $10 to go. Dragons ball. 6 points the difference. Tackle 3. Hunt's going to put a chip in over the top for Sloan. Sloan gets a second kick away. It's on. Oh, but Johnston gets back and saves the day. That was some great enterprising play there from the Dragons, though. Octodad, MTB, Marty Richards, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? The Warriors game, Warriors vs Tigers, coming up after this. So there's 10 minutes left in this game. And then I believe there is like another half hour. So about 40. Let me check. I don't want to speak out of turn. As Souths now send it wide to Alex Johnston. Johnston's got support. Johnston is going to score a double. Oh, what did I say? I should have had Alex Johnston. Kalau Matangi out. Johnston 2+ try scorer, and that will surely be the game now. South Sydney have surely done the job now. So today, 5:30. So it's about an hour away. Almost an hour away, the Warriors game. Almost 1 hour. And that will probably be the game, barring a knock-on from the kickoff or something like that. That's probably the game. To RHA Daz, ahoy! How's the game going? All the way from the autonomous region of Bougainville. Yeah, is that right? Bougainville. The game has been an absolute mess, but it looks like Souths now have done just enough to get themselves over the line. It looks like. Seven and a half minutes to go. 12 points the difference. That will surely be enough to see them through. Although, the way that this game's been going, Souths have done their best to keep the Dragons in the contest. Dragons keep it low and flat, looking for the sideline. Ilias it is, I believe, that taps it down. Oh, and there is the mistake on tackle 1. Oh, my God. You wouldn't read about it. I had just got through saying, barring a mistake from the kickoff. And there we are on tackle 1. The Rabbitohs have lost the ball. Jai Arrow losing it forward. And the Dragons are invited back into this contest once again. A try from the scrum here, and there is still 6 minutes of game left. She's not over yet, folks. It is well and truly still game on here with 7 minutes to go. And it's been the storyline of the day so far for South Sydney. Oh, but Ravalawa nearly drops the ball. He does drop the ball, Ravalawa, on tackle 1. On the first tackle from the scrum, Ravalawa has dropped the ball. I can't believe what we are watching here. You would think that this game was for the battle for the wooden spoon. Both teams are doing their best to be the worst in the competition. I mean, this has been a disaster to watch. But it's been so bad, it's kept it close for the most part. And kind of interesting in just such a horrible, horrible way. I don't know if that makes any sense whatsoever, but that's the way it's been. It's been so bad, it's been enjoyable. Six minutes to go, and it's a Rabbitohs scrum down. The Dragons, that was their chance. They've had plenty of them today, the Dragons. Both teams have, but that was definitely their chance. Shack of Heart says, I just think the less said about this game, the better. Wow, it's been an interesting one, hasn't it? It's been a really, really interesting one, indeed. Up over halfway now go. South Sydney, Cameron Murray in midfield. Quick play the ball. Cook squirts out a dummy half. Fifth and last, in front of the post they are. 30 out. Walker, they've got numbers to burn on the left. Can they get the ball out there? Souths, the kick is put in, and it bounces over the sideline. And the Dragons hold on for now. There's still 5 minutes left. 5 minutes is not out of the realm of possibility that they get 2 tries, especially the way this game has been going so far. But I would say it's very difficult. We need, as Shack of Heart says, we need a name for games like this. If the fight to avoid the last is the sperm bowl, then what is this? And now they've dropped the ball. Oh, it's all fallen to pieces. It's all fallen completely to pieces now for the Dragons. Ravalawa drops it on tackle 1 from the last set that they had. And now Max Feagai has dropped the ball on tackle 1 this time. And coach killers have been taken to a whole new level in this game today. The butter ball. It's been a real butter bowl. I like it. That could work. This game's been a real butter bowl. I like it. Rolls off the tongue. Tackle 1 here, Rabbitohs. They're 10 out. Can they get some more points? Cook from dummy half. Inside ball to Arrow. Arrow is driven backwards. It's still on here for Souths, though. Cook to Elias. Elias will kick on tackle 3. Kalamatangi's been held back out of play. Surely Kalamatangi's been held back out of play there. And my multi was just not meant to be today. Three minutes to go, Dragons. They go short. This time it does make sense. But they lose possession. Who was that? Campbell Graham? Of course it was. Of course it was Campbell Graham. Mr. Reliable. Should have been the New South Wales Blues centre. Two and a half minutes to go. It's just a matter of by how much now for the Rabbitohs. Ilias to Murray to Shaquai Mitchell. Tackle 3 in front of the post, 10 out. They go right, changing it up. Ilias, short ball. Kalaumatangi pops it back. Graham's got it again. Tackle 4. One-on-one strip by Feagai. Oh, and it's a penalty. Just adding to the misery for Max Feagai tonight. It just adds to the misery. He's had a shocker of a night. An illegal steal, and the Rabbitohs will get the last say in this game. $32 points to 14 would be, in my opinion, a really unjust scoreline, because it has not been that comprehensive. But anyway, let's see what happens. Kalaumatangi takes the first hit up. Tackle 1, 10 meters out. Now, Arrow. They contain him quite well. Oh, fingers to the face there by Jai Arrow. Trying to have a sneaky little rake of the eyes there. Cheeky bugger he is. Cook to Arrow again. Out to the right they go. Ilias dummies. Cuts back in field. Goes on his own, Ilias. And Lockie Ilias has scored. Lachlan Ilias has scored a try. 30 points to 14. Kick to come. Misery in the Dragons coaching box. And you can understand, because they were well in this game about, what, 7 minutes ago? 7 minutes ago. The Dragons were right in this contest. But you look at the scoreboard now and you go, this was a shellacking. It wasn't a shellacking. It absolutely was not a one-sided affair like this scoreline indicates or suggests. The Dragons were well in this about 5 minutes ago. And then it just all fell to pieces. Ravalawa, knock on, play 1. Max Feagai, knock on, play 1. It just all fell to pieces so quickly for them. Oh, wait a minute. The referee's whistle blows. The bunker has interjected. And we are checking the grounding. I thought it was a try when I saw it. The bunker wants a closer look, though. He's lost it. Ilias has lost it. It's going to be no try. And honestly, I think that's fair. I honestly think that's fair. 32 points to 14, in my opinion, is not reflective of the way this game has gone. 26-14 at least is a little bit more respectable for the Dragons. A little bit. So 26-14 it remains. And the Dragons. 26-20 would be a really fitting scoreline, in my opinion. But we'll see. Potentially the last set of 6 of the game. And the ball spills out, and Souths have got it back again. Oh, 32-14 is still on. They spread it to the left. No, Tallis Duncan does not know how to pass a football, apparently. It's been happening all game. Numbers to Burn to the left, and he takes it into contact. 20 seconds to go. It just all fell apart for the Dragons, didn't it? Cook from dummy half, looking for support. He's got Walker. Walker, dummies, goes on his own, Walker. Can't get through. Plays it. Cook fires it out to Johnston. Pops it back inside to Tass. And Tass will reach out and plant it down. It's a tick on the multi, but it's way too late for me. Well, is it even going to be awarded? Or have they called a forward pass on Tass again? I think they've called a forward pass again on Tass. Nope, it's no try. Forward pass was called again. So that's twice that Tass has been robbed off my multi for a forward pass call. And 26-14, a very fitting end to an extremely scrappy game. Yeah, well, yeah, it probably was forward, but... Anyway, wow, what a meek and meaningless end to that game. Very, very fitting. 26 points to 14. The Rabbitohs have done just enough. In one of the scrappiest games of football I can recall in a very, very long time. Jeez, that was just abysmal from both teams. It really was. I don't think either team can really take too much away from that game. It was a disaster. But Souths, what they can take away from it is the 2 points. And I dare say that will be good enough for them. Nicholas, ahoy there. Half a point on losing your multi. It's always painful, isn't it, mate? But we persist. We persist and we kick on, don't we? Now, I feel like I might have jumped the gun a little bit by loading up 3 games in a row the way that I have. We could very easily have taken a break here. It's like, it's honestly, what, like 40 minutes until kickoff in the next game. I could easily have stopped for a little bit. When's the next game on? Tigers, Warriors. Tigers, Warriors coming up at 5:30 p.m. All right, so what I'm going to do, because I don't want to set up anything new, I just want to keep this one running. So I'll keep it running, and I'll just bugger off for 15 or 20 minutes. And I'll come back for the second game. Because I don't know what I could possibly do to fill in the time for that long between now and the next game. But it's close enough that it's not worth setting up anything new right now, if that all makes sense. So I'm going to have a quick break. Well, it won't be quick. It'll be quite extended. I'll have a break and get everything set up for the next game. Tigers, Warriors coming up, and hopefully we get a little bit more excitement than what we saw here in this one. This was a miserable old game that has finally drawn to a close. The Rabbitohs winning 26 points to 14. Tigers, Warriors coming up soon. Let's say, what, 20 past? Yeah, let's go at least 20-minute break. And we'll be back for the next game. Big triple header here on Super Saturday. Tigers, Warriors up next. Roosters, Dolphins up after that. I'll see you soon. Thanks for joining me for this one. His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back up. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
All right, Wasted World of Sports, ahoy, welcome back. How good is a break? A break is fantastic. What wasn't fantastic was that game that we just saw. What a diabolical performance from both teams. The Rabbitohs escaping with the win. That's the only way I can describe it. Jake Ponchi, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Glutton for punishment, says Dan Jam. I'm a glutton for punishment because I got through 80 minutes of that Rabbitohs Dragons game. It was diabolical. Hoping for a much better performance here from both teams involved. Tigers, Warriors. The Warriors with it all to play for. Having a very good season so far. Can they keep it going? It would be the very definition of a banana skin were they to fall short here tonight. I can't see it happening. I'm all on board with the Warriors. I think they win. I think they win quite comfortably, in all honesty. And I have loaded up on Warriors for my same game multi. So fingers crossed. Speaking of the same game multi, there we go. Warriors to win. Coruscant, anytime try scorer. Fanua Blake, Mr. Soulglow himself. Witeni Zalesniak and Sean Johnson, anytime try scorers. Let's do it. Bobsy, ahoy, mate. Way Ora, ahoy there. Welcome along. '17th place Tigers, 3rd place Warriors. And we've got to give credit to that. Who thought for 1 second the Warriors would be 3rd place when this season got underway? I mean, were they in anybody's preseason predictions for a top 4 finish? It's all but guaranteed. The way that they're traveling, they could still slip up. As I was saying, banana skin games galore coming up for the Warriors that could potentially derail their season, but they've really turned a corner this season. You're just waiting for the Warriors to slip up, and they haven't. They just keep going strong. And I should imagine that really they'll be way too good for the Tigers here tonight. Tigers home game, incidentally. That's funny. Tigers home game, but it is in Hamilton. Tigers taking their home game over to New Zealand. Very interesting call. But it's hard to see anything but a Warriors victory here tonight. Wasted World of Sports All-Stars, thank you so much. YouTube channel members, Patreon members, and Super Chat donators. I very much appreciate your support to whatever it is that I do here. I don't even know how to describe it. I thought the Tigers would be doing a lot better than they are. I thought that the Bulldogs would be doing a lot better than they are. I don't even want to talk about the Roosters. Roosters are still a chance to sneak in. Way Aura says, up the Matildas. Everyone excited over here. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just find it very difficult to get excited over soccer in general, to be perfectly honest. Jake Ponchi says, you look like Royce Hunt. Well, that's a new one. Aaron Woods, I usually get. Jack Black, I usually get. Royce Hunt's a new one. I need some light. Let there be light. The glow of the TV is way too strong. Gamer Mel, ahoy there. How are you doing? Just pop in and say ahoy, and you'll join back in later if I'm still alive. Which I certainly will be, because coming up after this, the Roosters versus the Dolphins. Make it orange and green. Oh, I don't want to mess around with the lights too badly. Especially after last night. My God, last night. The stream that nearly didn't happen. Because I went fiddling about. Well, I was forced to fiddle about with all my streams set up, and I nearly destroyed the whole thing. Bunnies were awful. The Rabbitohs were absolutely abysmal. They were just lucky. They were honestly just lucky that the Dragons were even worse. And they escaped. That's the only way to describe what happened with the Rabbitohs today. They escaped with a 26 points to 14 win. They barely got over the line, but the Dragons didn't want it either, so I can only imagine what a team like the Panthers or the Broncos would have done to the Rabbitohs or the Storm with that performance. Bobsy, you fell asleep last night watching the Sharks game, but what a good win from your boys. It was okay. I'm a hard taskmaster, I know. We all know this. It was okay. The cracks in the armour were still well and truly there, though. That was the problem. Jake Ponchi says, any chance Latrell Mitchell wins the Dally M? About as much chance as anybody but the Panthers winning the premiership this season. 0. No chance at all. The Warriors have got their game faces on. Look at that. A game against the Tigers. You would hate to see them in the sheds taking it a little bit too easy. They've definitely got their game faces on. So, would the Warriors be your first team? Rabbitohs second team? Would my guess be correct there? As the Warriors come out onto the stadium, it's so interesting. This game, of course, over in New Zealand. And it's weird to see the Warriors in New Zealand running out first onto the field. But it is, of course, a Tigers home game. And there we go. We've got a loaded same-game multi here. I've loaded up on the Warriors. So it'll be no question at all who I'm cheering on here tonight. Warriors to win. Coruscant, Fanua Blake, Watene Zelezniak, and Sean Johnson, anytime try scorers. As the lights go out and the Tigers come out onto the stadium for a home game, but it's hard to see how they're going to get the home support. It is a really interesting setup. Jake Ponchi says, I think Dallin Watene Zelezniak has had a great season. Maybe not Dally M. Yeah, probably not Dally M, but he definitely has had a great season. Vopsy says, I'm chucking a sneaky 10 on the Tigers. You're talking up the Warriors too much. Okay. We are so far removed from my early season tipping curses. I'm inside the top 10. I fought all the way back up as high as 4th or 5th at one point there. And I dropped back down to 8th and 10th on the back of a couple of horrible tips on the Eels. The Eels let me down this season, big time. Jake Ponchi says, any polls today, Dan, as this game gets underway? The Tigers with the kickoff. The Warriors will get first use of the ball. I don't know what poll I could start. A big night of Super Saturday action here. NRL triple header. We got through the first game just. And the Warriors get through their first set unscathed. And Johnson gets the kick away. And Buller at the back will take it. Under no real threat. Dally M winners. Oh, that's too much to set up. Way too much setup involved in that, I'm afraid. For the polls, I need easy yes-no questions. Yes, no, and maybe just a third joke option. Just for a laugh, a third option in there for a bit of fun. But because there'd be quite a few in the running, I should imagine, still, for the Dally M. That would be quite a comprehensive and large poll. Right wing or left wing try scores? What, first try scorer? Brooks puts the kick away as the Tigers get through their first set. Both teams a successful start to this match, getting through their completions, but now the Tigers give away a penalty. Mr. Ed's Dead over on Twitch says, "Go, Warriors, go." I think you're in with a good shout this time, Mr. Ed's Dead. Actually, here's one. Is this a good idea? Okay, I've been offered an exclusive bet, an exclusive market. Jason Bourne, ahoy. Oh, wait, the game's already started. Is that what? Or is the game over? Damn, I was offered an exclusive market on that as well. Mel, ahoy, how are you doing? Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Notice this, ahoy there. Warriors all day. Lots of support for the Warriors. And it is the Warriors now. Expansive play out to the left-hand edge. Early on, both teams completing. And Jackson Ford just settles things down here for the Warriors. They're 20 out from the Tigers line. Great shape out to the right. Berry out to Watene Zelezniak. Oh, and Watene Zelezniak painfully falls over just short of the line. And when I say painfully falls over, he has got up clutching at a shoulder. And what a horrible way it would be for me to go out in this multi with Watene Zelezniak injured inside the first 4 minutes. A desperation ankle tap. Stafford Toa, was it, who just clipped his ankles? And Watene Zelezniak, he's really favouring that shoulder. A try-saving effort over there. Oh, it would have been so great getting a tick off the multi nice and early. Not to be, though. Unfortunate. All right, we're off and running there. Fopsy says, I don't know what's happened overnight, James, but I hope you get the help required. Fifth and last, the Tigers, they complete again. Oh, I see how it is, James. I understand what's going on there. Fair enough. But the Warriors signal their intent early. And they very nearly got themselves over the line there. Danger signs indeed for the Tigers. And a nice little kick on tackle 5 into the corner. And the Warriors are just controlling territory here in the early stages. Tigers will have the ball, but they're 10 out from their own line. Jonathan Manson, ahoy! Chiefs of the Super Rugby Pacific League play here in Hamilton. Should be majority Warriors fans today. Well, that's what I was thinking too, mate. It's exactly what I was thinking. Warriors will pretty much be the home team. Jason Bourne, did I do the last game? I did. And by God, was it terrible. One of the worst games of football I've seen all season long. But it was one of those games that was so bad. Both teams were just so bad that it kept the game close, and it was kind of interesting in just for all the wrong reasons. Shack of Hearts says this may be a hot take, a definitive hot take, but I actually think the Warriors are a better team than the Broncos. Well, the problem, and this is what I've been saying pretty much all season long so far, is we don't really know about the Broncos just yet. I don't know if the Broncos are any good or not. I mean, they're obviously decent. Oh, the Warriors have gone straight through, and Metcalf looms up in support and will score under the post. That's the first try of the night. Luke Metcalf, who was deemed not good enough for the Sharks and was let go so that we could keep Matt Moylan, and he has been tearing it up since he's gone over to the Warriors. Good for him. Very good for him. Metcalf. He has been absolutely tearing it up this season. Four points to nil, kick to come. Metcalf is not in my multi. And Sean Johnson from right in front to put the Warriors up 6 points to nil. As Johnson converts from right in front. And Shack of Hearts, New Zealand have actually had to leave New Zealand once or twice this season. Let's not forget that. Vobsy says Tigers will come back and win in the second half. I don't know why, I just feel it. Well, I'd be more than happy for Api Coruscant to score a try. That'd be great. If he could do that, fantastic. Jake Ponchi, you went bowling today. Very nice. Don't mind a little bit of a bowl. Oh, it's loose at the back here from the Warriors. Don't tell me we're going to see another game like that last one. From the kickoff, tackle one, the mistake is made by Barnett. Just inviting the Tigers into the contest. And this is a very similar storyline to what we just saw in the game before. Loosey-goosey. Scrum down here for the Tigers. 20 out from the line. To the left of the post. They're lined up out to the right. Brooks, though, feeds it inside. And Utika Manu will just go to ground and take the tackle. Clemmer, he only knows one way. And now a penalty to the Tigers for a lifting tackle. Take the two. Take the two. It's right out in front. It's a gift. They tap and they go. Oh, a gift 2 points has gone begging here for the Tigers. Coruscant from dummy half finds Clemmer. Clemmer backs into the defense. They hold him up. No damage done here for the Warriors. Tackles up the sleeve, though, for the Tigers. Brooks juggles. Has to go into contact. Definitely not what they wanted there. Coruscant runs left. Clemmer in the playmaking role. Stafford Toa feeds on Kapoa. And they're 5 out. Not really offering much here, the Tigers. Coruscant, dummies to kick. Clemmer runs back on the inside. It's 5th and last. Just to the left of the uprights. 10 out from the line. They go right. Brooks to Laurie. Short ball. And the defense holds firm. And a very simple handover. The Tigers just lacking any sort of threat or creativity there. It just looked so clueless. Big shot put on there where Tenny Zelezniak goes to ground. Warriors 6 points to 0. 11 minutes gone. Vanua Blake up towards halfway. Metcalf again looking threatening. Metcalf. Oh, he's showing the Sharks what a big mistake they made by letting him go. The guy that they chose to keep to let him go is sitting on the bench. Where he belongs, by the way. But he's sitting on the bench. They backed him. They let this young kid go. He's gone and torn it up in New Zealand. And the Sharks stick with Moylan, who doesn't even get a start anymore. Crazy. Quick play the ball here. Coruscant scampers out of dummy half. He's got Clemmer in support again. The hell was that? Oh, thank you very much for the follow there. Thank you very much for the follow over there on Twitch. As, the ball spills out the back. Have the Warriors done enough to clean up? We're going to have a look. Buller doesn't look too confident. A little bit to look at here. Here we go. The ball is coming down. Buller gets up. Touches the ball. It's been deemed to be knocked on. I would have said that was knocked back. But anyway, not my decision to make. Jake Poncha, you won 95. You won 95 and Dad went 78. Shacklefart says even when Metcalf wasn't in the picture, the Sharks had another immensely talented young playmaker in Braden Trindle, and he constantly was behind in the depth chart. Oh, bowling. Okay. Fair enough. 100% Shacklefart. Braden Trindle wasn't going to make way for Metcalf necessarily, but the fact that they very specifically chose Moylan over Metcalf. Moylan should have been moved on. Matt Moylan should have been sent to the Warriors so they could retain Trindle and Metcalf. That's what I would have done. Simon P.A. Thomas, ahoy there, mate. Warriors are back in Tigers territory here, looking threatening once again. They go on the right-hand side. Topiki steps, can't get through. Tackle 4. Johnson takes it to the line. Short ball to Harris. They're a metre short here in front of the post. A couple of tackles left. Johnson with the cutout pass to Pompey, and Pompey will score. Oh, they're doing it with ease here, the Warriors. Sean Johnson runs it to the line, fires a pinpoint accurate cutout ball to Pompey, and it's 10 points to 0, kick to come. The Tigers are absolutely shot to pieces. Warriors just doing it easy at the moment. $10 points to 0, kick to come. The Tigers looking clueless in attack. Fragile in defense. This could be a huge night. Oh, James Jason Bourne, please don't do it to me again. Well, you and Michelle shouted at me last night and said it didn't count. King Dice, thank you very much for subscribing as well there, mate. Welcome along to the Wasted World of Sports. I did 2 shots last night, and you and Michelle both shouted at me and said it didn't count. Simon P.A. Thomas says, should have taken the 2 points, as you said. Yeah, to be fair, though, I always say take the 2. It's kind of like a running joke here. Or if we're watching the rugby union, I say take the 3. But in fairness, it was probably a perfect time. Oh, James Jason. Another $2 super chat. Make that 4. Are you going to shout at me and say it doesn't count? Holy hell. All right, my dog's just gone ballistic at something. $12-0. Warriors over the Tigers. Thank you very much once again there, James Jason Bourne, for the super chats. I don't understand why your super chats are always trying to make me do things. It's loose from the Warriors again. Oh, that's scrappy. This is very much like the last game. It's just the Tigers are not taking advantage of the errors like the Dragons did to keep themselves in the contest. Good shape out to the left here, though. Buller is in the line. Kapoa can't get on the outside of Rocco Berry. They've got a full set up their sleeve, though, the Tigers. Brooks taking 10 out. Coruscant with Pole running back on the inside. Now they've got some space out to the right. The offload to Toa. Will it be called forward? Will it be called forward? It's gone up as no try. Obstruction is the call. Have the Tigers hit back. It seemed to open up way too easy. Bateman. Has Bateman? No, Bateman's gone straight through the line. That's a defensive decision. That is a defensive decision made by the Warriors. Now, the pass. He gets the ball away. It's grounded. I think this is going to be a try. It was a defensive decision by the Warriors. And this is going to be a try. 12-4. Kick to come. It was very much a... Sorry, I'll be right back. All right. Now, what's all that commotion, huh? What's all that commotion about out there? Hey? Was somebody out there? Somebody was out there you didn't like the look of. 12-4. Coruscant moves in. Strikes it well. It's 12-6. They are back in it here. The Tigers. For the second time after points, the Warriors spill the ball from the kickoff, essentially. Tackle 1. And this time the Tigers have taken advantage. 12 points to 6. 3 tries have been scored, and not a single one of them in my multi. Wouldn't you know it? 12-6. Back underway we go. Tigers, can they hold on to the ball? Oh, straight through the gap goes Dane Laurie. Where's the support? There's the support from Brooks. Brooks is going to run away and score. Luke Brooks, we're about to be all square. We are staring down a tied ball game. The Tigers have come to play. Oh, Vobsy. Has Vobsy cursed this night for the Warriors? Suddenly things are just not going the way of the Warriors. Jonathan Manson says Wests don't want the wooden spoon this year. They put up an effort in most games and should have at least one more upset this year. Tigers, quite honestly, should be a lot further up the table than they are, quite honestly. Tigers and Bulldogs are two teams that I honestly think probably don't really deserve to be down as low as they are. $12 points to 10, the kick to come. Shack of Hearts says, honestly, this game, from my perspective, a fun game to watch. I'm getting eerie vibes from the last game. Points are scored. Mistake is made. Yes. Yeah, you missed the shots. You missed them. I did them. Everybody saw it. Shh. Don't tell him. Don't tell him I didn't really do it. When did that become a thing anyway, just out of curiosity? I don't recall. I might have done. I mean, I might have said at some point, I'll do a shot. A shot per dollar. It wouldn't surprise me if I've said that at some point. I don't recall making it a thing, though. Geez, last night, I would have had to have done... What, 42? No, more. I would have had to have done like 44. Good Lord. Jake Ponchi, you want Snowball? Wait, she's actually got her own emoji on the channel now, which is pretty cool. Custom emojis are exclusive to channel members on YouTube. It's just the way it works. I would honestly let you all use them if I could. I've still got to create a take the 2 emoji. Take the 2 and take the 3. Geez, the Warriors scrambling here. The Tigers have definitely gone up a gear. And the Warriors just need to keep their composure. Arcade Angel, ahoy! Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Arcade Angel. Thank you very much, Arcade, for the super chat. It's not true, the rumors you've heard. It's not true. The rumors you've heard about me doing a shot for every dollar, untrue. 12 points all here, though. 18 minutes to go in the first half. And after a solid start from the Warriors, they've now given away a 6 again. And Wade Egan is in a world of hurt. Wade Egan just retreated from contact there. And he is in a world of hurt. He's copped an elbow to the throat. Jesse says, mate, I am wasted. Good for you, Jesse. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. I guess I'm not really allowed to condone that, but I condone that. Well done. I'll drink to that. I feel like Big Tino gets done for that all the time, and Utikamanu could be in a world of trouble here because he quite clearly led with the elbow, direct contact to the throat. Wade Egan may not be able to even carry on in this game, although he's getting up now, and this could be a penalty to the Warriors. Utikamanu will at least be on report, if not sitting down for about 10 minutes. Jake Ponchi says, mate, it's 12th of August, right? And it's 12 all. Is it? The 12th of August, I mean. I know it's obviously 12 all. It is the 12th of August. Well, there you go. All the days just kind of bleed together for me. If I'm being honest, every day just kind of bleeds into the next. And here we go. The punishment's about to be handed down. This is I'm thinking is at least 10 in the bin. Oh, and just a penalty. He stays on the field at Tikamanu. Just a penalty. And I think they can count themselves extremely lucky there, the Tigers. That, to me, is a clear send-off. At least 10, if not a direct send-off. It was clear elbow contact to the throat. And it's just a penalty. Very lucky there for the Tigers to not be a man down for the rest of this game. Or at least, the very least, 10 minutes. Wade Egan seems to be up and about. Oh, actually, he's not. He's gone. Wade Egan's off the field, is he? I can't see him. Sirenen's playing dummy half. Sirenen's in a dummy half. I think Wade Egan must have gone off. So that is an even bigger call. They're inside the 10, though. Metcalf again beats the first up tackle. Gets the pass away to Ford. They're inside the 10 now. Still going is Ford. And he's finally brought down. Quick play the ball. Sirenen goes from dummy half. Close to the line. Centimetres short. Fifth and last now, Warriors. They're lined up to the right. Johnson puts the grubber kick in behind the line. They're wise to it, the Tigers. And they have to surrender over the dead ball line. It's a result. And this game has just swung again. There's a North Sydney's Bears supporter in the crowd. Can you believe it? Oh, I thought that was a clear sin bin, Shack of Hearts, at least. Jake Ponchi says, Dan, you have footy cards? I actually have. I've not collected footy cards for a very long time, but I do have complete sets of cards that I collected from my childhood. And they might be worth a little bit these days. Some of them, anyway. Johnson out the back here. Tapiki takes on the line himself. Brooks brings him down with the help of Kapoa. But there's still 10 out here. The Warriors on the attack. Johnson has to swivel to catch the ball. does well to rein it in. Ford with another hit up. Gets a wedgie for his troubles. That was a mega wedgie. Sirenan to the left. Metcalf almost gets away from the first tackle again. Metcalf. Fifth and last, Johnson, the crossfield kick. Sol glows up. Taps it backwards. Tigers ball. The Tigers cling on. Footy cards are no good unless they come with a strip of gum. How good was that in the old days? I mean, it was probably the worst chewing gum in the world. But how good was it? Opening up your pack of footy cards. Getting the gum. Good times. Simpler times. $12 points all, though, in this one. And sometimes you could tell if one had been in the packet for a long time. Because you would open up the packet and the gum would be stuck to the front card. And you'd have to strip the gum off. And then there was this rectangular outline on your brand new footy card at the top of the pack. You're like, oh, God, that's obviously been in there for a while, that one. Will says, wow, this will be interesting if the Wars get done tonight. Plenty of time to go, of course. But they've really gone into their shell a little bit, the Warriors, haven't they? The Tigers, they just went bang, bang. Those back-to-back tries swung this game around. But they're just slowly getting themselves back into a rhythm here, the Warriors. They're just resetting. And now it's loose. And there's the mistake. Norfoluma spills the ball. And here is the opportunity now for the Warriors to get well and truly back on top. Norfoluma, a simple mistake. Here's an opportunity with 13 minutes to go. Jeez. Mel, are you still there? How's the heart? Farsi says Billy Moore's aged badly. Well, Billy Moore looked like he was about 70 years old when he played. If I remember correctly. Didn't he? So that's not really surprising. $10 meters out from the line here, the Warriors. Tackle 2. Not really an opportunity to fire a shot just yet. Harris taking it to the line, a couple of meters out. They're just staying around the posts here, the Warriors. Now they release it to Johnson. Cutting back in field is Niokore. Now they go wide, I dare say. Tackle 3, out to the left. Here's Metcalf. Pompey steps, takes on the line. Driven backwards in a 3-man tackle. 5th and last it is. A lot of space out to the right. Metcalf to Johnson. Johnson puts a little grubber kick in behind the line. It's back to Metcalf, and Metcalf will score. Was he onside? If he's onside, it's a try. It's going up as no try. He might have been offside there. He might have been offside. He was a mile offside. An absolute mile offside there. It's going to stay 12 points all. Oh, that's disappointing. Disappointing for the Warriors. Sorry, delivery time. All right, what did I miss? Nothing, it seems. 6 again here for the Warriors on tackle 4. Oh, that's unforgivable for the Tigers. Late in the tackle count. Near Corey. Walker to the line. Harris in support. Tigers lost the ball. That's about it. Sounds right. Couple of meters short of the line now, the Warriors. 4th tackle. Just to the left of the post they are. Johnson to the line. Oh, he tries to fire it out the back. Right into the face of Niokore, I believe. He got in the way, but they get a penalty. The Tigers were up offside. Johnson has just fired the ball right into the face of Niokore. Wait till Michelle hears about this. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I could not believe that. That doesn't count. That doesn't... Why doesn't it count? That's a shot glass. I mean, it's not an American shot glass, granted. I know this is a shot glass because I bought a shot at the bar as Watene Zelezniak. Oh, Watene Zelezniak! Superman scores in the corner. Super Soul Glow. There's a tick on the multi. And Watene Zelezniak keeps his try-scoring record going. The Warriors go back into the lead. A miracle try. Yes, I know this is a proper shot because I bought a shot. This is what they served it in. And I thought, what a fantastic, what a fabulous little mini shot glass-sized beer stein. I'm taking this. I don't even care. So I snuck it out in my jacket. A very simple glass to sneak out in one's jacket. Try time with Watene Zelezniak. That's a tick on the multi. 16-12. Kick to come. Warriors back in front. How has he scored this? There was literally no room to play with there. What a try. Conversion to come. From right on the sideline. Conversion attempt. Moves in, strikes it. It's on target. Just away. 16-12 it remains. What a try, though, from Watene Zelezniak. One of his best, I would dare say. Adam Pompey missing the conversion. Sean Johnson's not going to take the ones from wide out, apparently. Tigers get us back underway. 5 minutes 40 to go until the halftime break. Warriors, very important that they hold on to the ball here. They've made a couple of errors after their first 2 tries. They must complete. Not really trying to shave off too much yardage here, the Warriors. Just trying to get through their set. Oh, and it was loose at the back there. Nearly making a mistake. Fifth and last, they just get to the end of set. Just. Johnson from inside the 40. He's put down. It's not deemed to be late. So the Tigers have the ball. Taine TT Talpicki is having a pretty good game like last week against the Titans. He had a really good game last week. Four minutes 20 to go. Tigers go down the blind side. Nothing doing. Warriors wrap them up. Bateman has to turn backwards to catch that ball. And that stems any momentum that they're trying to build there, the Tigers. Fifth and last, just short of the halfway. Only 32 meters off that set. Brooks keeps it low and flat. How's the bounce? Oh, the bounce is a shocker. And we've just talked him up, and he made a little bit of a mess from that, but it was difficult. We were just talking him up. TT, Taine T. He's recovered well, though, and the Warriors will secure possession. And now, oh, don't tell me that was Metcalf again, beating the first up tackle. It was Metcalf. The player that wasn't deemed good enough to stay at the Sharks and replace Matt Moylan. Oh, and there's a mistake on tackle 4 for the Warriors. They have just offered the Tigers one last shot before the break. UFC only fans. YouTuber raided by police after admitting theft live. What's the statute of limitations on nightclub thievery? Oh, it's raining. Oh, it is bucketing down in Hamilton. That's going to change things. Oh, the Warriors could have done with that 12-point buffer now as the rain comes down. The wet weather, as we know, is a great equalizer. So they could have really done with that little buffer. Tigers, though, will have potentially the last say before the break. They've been invited in. And Alex Twal. Oh, has it? Has it been raining for that long? I've only just noticed. Tackle 4 for the Tigers. 10 out from the line. Brooks is going to put a kick in behind. Oh, but well taken. Well positioned by Taine. TT. And a risky offload inside his own in goal. And Watene Zelezniak gets back into the field of play. Oh, that took a gigantic set of grapefruits, that pass. That was a massive risk. And it's a penalty now to the Warriors. They've held on. They offered the Tigers a way back in. And the Tigers have not accepted it. A minute to go until halftime. The Warriors will probably just wind this one down and go to the break. UFC Only Fam says only 12 months in Queensland. Oh, this was years ago. We are way past the... I can admit more stuff then. Metcalf threatening again, beats 2 tackles. Oh, Metcalf is immense. 30 seconds to go. Johnson kicks on tackle 3. Ranging backwards is Tupou. And the Tigers can just run this out now. Heel fries, ahoy there, mates. How are you doing, Captain? 15 seconds till the break. I didn't even talk about last night while last night was happening, heel fries. We spent the entire second half. I don't think I mentioned the game once. We were just doing AI art creations on the Discord. There goes the halftime siren. Bateman keeps it alive to Brooks in midfield. Brooks looks for space out to the left. Frees it up now. The kick in over the top. And the Warriors will secure the ball. And that will be halftime here. 16 points to 12. A seesaw game. But the Warriors at the moment doing just enough. But the Tigers, they are well and truly in this. Do not write off the potential of a massive upset here. It'd be a massive upset. And it would really throw the cat amongst the pigeons at the top of the table there. Wasted World of Sports, a big shout out to the All-Stars. All-Stars are made up of YouTube members, Patreon members, and Super Chat donators on YouTube. And now we have to add Arcade Angel to the list. Arcade Angel, the newest Wasted World of Sports Super Chat donator. So we'll have to add her into the All-Star squad at some point before the next stream. 16 points to 12 here, though, at halftime. I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to dissect exactly what we've seen so far today across both games, and maybe a little preview of what's to come with the Roosters and Dolphins coming up after this game. Halftime here, though, 16 points to 12. It is very much still game on. Anything could happen from here in the second half. And I've got to take my 4 shots. Oh, God. All right, 16 points to 12, half-time. We've got one leg of the multi ticked off. Mr. Soulglow himself, of course. Always reliable for a try-scoring opportunity. As I was saying before I left for that quick break, Wasted Water Sports, All-Stars, thank you very much to each and every one of you, whether it be Patreon, whether it be hitting the join button and becoming a YouTube member, or just super chats. A big cheers to each and every one of you. Part of our Wasted Water Sports All-Stars squad, which is filling up. I honestly thought that that field was going to be more than big enough. We've got to try and squeeze Arcade Angel in there somewhere. Maybe Arcade Angel, she'd be happy with that little corner on the sideline, I reckon. I don't think she actually wants to participate in the game anyway. She's more than happy to just chill on the sideline and watch. So maybe we'll plop her in there. This near corner on the sideline. 16 points to 12. The Warriors, they started with so much quality possession and territory, and they raced out pretty well to a 12 points to 0 lead. And then the Tigers, in the space of about 5 or 6 minutes, it was in very quick succession. The Tigers just went back to back, leveled things up, and then the game for the rest of that first half just kind of went set for set. Neither team really getting any ascendancy until the Warriors just got themselves ahead there before halftime and taking that 16 to 12 lead. But second half, delicately balanced game. Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. That'd be something worth checking out right now. Wasted Water Sports tipping. I'm sitting on perfect round at the moment, like a lot of people are in the top 10. Yep, most of the top 10. Actually, 10 of the first 11 Wasted Water Sports sitting on a perfect round at the moment. Has anyone gone the Tigers? No. We're all on board with the Warriors in the top 10. We're all on board with the Warriors in the top 20. As a matter of fact, you have to go down to position 30, Backyard Animals, to see the first person who's picked the Tigers. So we'll see. At the moment, I would say, just looking at the schedule, I would say if anything unexpected is to happen this weekend, it would probably be Raiders, maybe the Raiders knocking off the Storm, or the Bulldogs sneaking a win over the Knights. Otherwise, it's all pretty much gone as expected this week. Although I'd say this game, we weren't really expecting the scoreline to be this close at halftime. Kima Sere, ahoy there. You tipped the Warriors. And Kea Niwa, I tipped the Tigers with the upset. Well, the Tigers with the upset are well and truly still in it at this point in time. 4 points the difference at the halftime break. They are well and truly in with a shot. Vobsy says, my $10 bet's not looking bad. Dan, cheers for somewhat jinxing the Warriors. Maybe I should try talking up the Broncos a bit more. As the rain continues to pelt down here in Hamilton. Please do. We'll try that out next week. If I can stomach it. If I can somehow stomach saying anything kind about the Broncos, I'll try. Exactly, Vobsy. Exactly. We almost jinxed ourselves there. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Second half, getting ready to get underway here. Tigers, Warriors, 4 points the difference. Is the upset on the cards? Well, I guess it is on the cards. Will it come to fruition? We'll see. All right. Scoreboard. Scoreboard. We've got to make sure that refreshes for the second half. Very much looking forward to this second half football. And don't forget, coming up immediately after this game, the Roosters, who are still fighting for a spot in the top 8. It is not out of the question that they will sneak into the 8 still. It can happen as they take on the Dolphins. Hellfire, Paintball, Salt Ash, New South Wales, Australia, ahoy. How are you doing there, mate? Nice to see you again. Bobsy says maybe bring Michelle on for the next Broncos game and she can talk up the Broncos. I don't know if Michelle even wants to come back onto the streams. I mean, she had the hissy fit of all hissy fits during Origin, and that really deflated her motivation for co-hosting the streams. Kima says, if the Warriors win, I have a chance of winning the weekend tip. Oh, very nice. Niwa says, Roosters need to win all 4 games to be possible for the 8, which is more than possible. Notice this says she shouldn't read the comments. She just shouldn't take them so personally, I suppose. When you do it for long enough, like I've been streaming, I had a gaming channel before this that I was doing for 6 years. I've been called everything imaginable. You learn to just deal with it. Whereas the whole live streaming thing kind of is somewhat new for Michelle. She did a lot of radio work, but when you're on the radio, you don't have this level of interaction. You don't get to see the negative stuff that gets thrown at you, and yeah, you just learn to ignore it or make a joke out of it. And maybe she took it too personally. I don't think so, in all honesty. I think she just honestly got so upset at the Blues. I think that's all that happened. She just got so disgruntled over the performance of the Blues in Origin. And that's what did it. I really don't think it was the chat room. I honestly don't. Teams are back out on the field. And we are back underway for the second half. Warriors, Tigers. Tigers will get first use of the ball. Can they come away with the first points in the second half? What a turn-up that would be. If they do, I hope it's Coruscant that scores it. That's what I need for my multi. Shack of Hearts says the crowd has been extremely vocal and vibrant. I'll have to take your word for that, mate. when I stream these, I do have the sound down very, very low. I have it up just loud enough so that if I stop talking, if I need to listen for clarification on something, I can stop talking and I will just hear it in the background. But I don't hear any crowd noise at all, necessarily. Sharks and Raiders and Storm going to fight for the top 4. Well, I hope that my Sharks are fighting for a top 4 spot. I'll take just qualifying for the 8 at this point. Absolutely, Shack of Hearts, mate. That's why I'm saying, completely taking your word for it. Not doubting you for 1 second. The New Zealand crowds are always lively, though, isn't it? So. Oh, now Metcalf. Luke Metcalf again. The Sharks, why did they let them go? Them. Why did they let him go? Why did the Sharks let him go? He is having an immense game once again. Twelve takes it up to halfway as the Tigers get a 6 again. Brooks calling inside runners. Papali'i it is. The Tigers have started well here in the second half. Brooks with 12 running inside this time. Tackle 3, Tigers. 35 out from the line. Coruscant goes on a little dart. He's got support. Coruscant links up again and then spills the ball. Uppy Coruscant. Warriors off the hook. The Tigers were looking good there for a moment. Wade Egan is still off the field. I can't believe that Utikimanu survived a sin binning when Wade Egan is off the field. He's been sent to hospital. Wade Egan has been sent to hospital with that throat injury. How did Utikimanu stay on the field? Wade Egan has been sent to hospital. A player is hurt so bad he gets sent to hospital. How do you stay on the field? I mean, it's too late now. They can't send him off now, but it looked bad at the time. I don't understand how it got through the filter at the time. It looked bad. Now a high shot on Witeni Zalesniak. And the Tigers, they started the second half so well, but only 4 minutes in. Nichols, ahoy there, mate. Auckland, Friday, Warriors vs. Eagles. Next. Warriors ball here. Johnson. 30 metres out. Now they've got numbers out to the left. Johnson dummies, goes on his own. Is taken down by Papali'i. They've still got numbers out to the left. Fifth and last, they run. Pompey is swamped by 4 defenders. Can't get the ball out. But the Tigers will have to start this set 5 out from their own line. But the defense holds firm. And now they've lost the ball, have they? The Tigers, Norfoluma again. Norfoluma, not for the first time tonight. Norfoluma, not for the first time tonight, has lost the ball. Are they challenging this call or not? Well, you're not going to win that challenge. so they probably shouldn't. But Norfoluma, not for the first time tonight, has made an absolute mess of the play the ball. And this is an absolute gift for the Warriors. A scrum in midfield, 10 out from the line. Full set of 6 incoming. Tackle 1. Just to the right of the post. Only a couple of meters out. Walker takes it into contact. Out to the left-hand edge they go. Johnson runs forward back on the inside. Tackle 3. Tigers give away a 6 again. Stupidity of the highest order there, the Tigers. Oh, they're the victims of their own demise at the moment. Harris drawing in defenders. 3 men it takes to put him down. Tackle 2. Warriors firing the ball out. That's touched by Brooks and lost forward. It'll be 6 again. Another set restart for the Warriors. And now a high shot right out in front. It's not called. Deemed around the shoulder. 0 tackle, that is. Oh, and the Warriors, they have to break them here, surely. Jazz Tavanga is over the line. He's held up, though. They must score here, the Warriors. The back-to-back pressure has just been way too much. The set repeats. The mistakes from the Tigers. Another full set of 6 here. Only a couple of meters out. Johnson passes to nobody. It bounces kindly for Taupiki. The Warriors get away with that one. Tavanga goes again. And again, he's picked up and driven backwards. Good defense here from the Tigers. Although the ball comes free, and that's going to be a penalty. Take the 2. You take the 2, surely. This is a gift 2-pointer. A gift 2 points, put it back out to a 6-point margin. Take the 2. Take the tap, they say. The Warriors are going to tap. This has now become a huge set of 6 because they've knocked back a gift 2 points. Harris drawing in 3 defenders again. Slow. Oh, and loose at another penalty. Oh, the Tigers are going to lose a player here. The Tigers were just warned. They'll be lucky not to lose somebody here, the Tigers. They tap again. Again, knocking back the 2 points. Tackle 1 now. Johnson. That inside ball again for Niokore. They can't breach the defensive wall. The Tigers are holding on. A metre short. To the right there, Harris will score. Tohu Harris will score. There's the try for the Warriors. They finally had to break. And it's Tohu Harris. Did not have him anywhere near my multi. I'm regretting that now. Regret. Try time, though, for the Warriors. 20 points to 12. The kick to come from right beside the post. They've just opened up that lead again now. And they'll be a little bit more comfortable here, the Warriors. Bobsy says they were lucky to not lose someone before. Fair, Vopsy. Totally fair. Extremely lucky to not lose somebody then. Godric, ahoy there. So many restarts indeed. So many. The pressure was on. They had to break. Shack of Heart says there's a reason the Warriors went for the tap. Chris Butler, the referee, has given the Tigers a general warning. No Dis says, how often do you wash your bandanas? Pretty much every weekend. Pretty much every time I wear them. I wear one, it goes in the wash that night. I wear another one in the wash. The other one's out and dry. And they just go on rotation. It's quite a simple concept, really. Conversion successful. Do I have a lucky one for when the Sharks play? No. No, when the Sharks play, I just make sure that I'm wasted enough to be able to handle when they lose. Nichols says, go Warriors, yes. 22 points to 12 it is. The Warriors are up. Well and truly back on top here. The Tigers have just been the victims of their own demise, really, it must be said. They've had opportunities, and much as the case has been all season long, just failing at some of the basics to get themselves over the line. Fifth and last now, Warriors. Johnson puts the ball high. And it's taken well by Tupou. He could easily have made a mess out of that. But look at this Warriors defense. They've gone up a gear here, the Warriors. You just feel that. They've just stepped it up a gear. And they're ready to put this game to bed. Do the Tigers have a chance to buy Payne Haas? Payne in the Haas. Oh, the kick. It's going to be called not played at here, I bet. Fifth and last it remains. This time, Brooks from inside the 40. Inside the 40 and way out on the full. Terrible kick. Mel says, why is no one from the Tigers in the bin? Very lucky to not have somebody in the bin, the Tigers. Utikamanu, very lucky. Leading with the elbow. Wade Egan went to hospital. Wade Egan was sent to hospital for that. And he stayed on the field. And then, of course, the constant penalties and set restarts when the Warriors were on attack on the goal line. Extremely lucky to still be 13 men on the field, the Tigers. You get the feeling that they're just about to break wide open here, though, with 27 minutes to go. Johnson to Fanua Blake. 5 out from the line. They're on the attack again now. Johnson calling runners on the inside. It's his go-to play. The Tigers should be loading up on that inside runner. They've been doing it all night. Oh, now a loose pass. Scrappy ball across the face of the posts. And the Tigers hold on. "26 minutes to go. Coruscant breaks from dummy half. Tigers just not getting themselves close enough here in the second half. Don't forget, coming up after this, Roosters, Dolphins. Wayne Bennett has given his Dolphins an absolute serve in the press. So are they going to be able to produce a performance that Uncle Wayne deems worthy of his team? Montoya has been very quiet tonight, Marcelo Montoya. This is the first time I actually recall saying his name. That's crazy. They're back inside Tigers territory, putting them under the pump again here. Tavanga takes it forward. Metcalf forward, running the inside line. They love that inside line, the Warriors. One-on-one steal for the Tigers. And the Warriors will not get a kick away. Ford is filthy in himself, and he gives the penalty away just to make his last couple of seconds even worse. Jackson Ford. The live ladder at the moment, the Warriors, they will really firm themselves in third place. They'll go to 34 points, and they will remain 2 wins clear of the Sharks in behind them. No, this is what's your name, bro? I'm bad with names. My name is Dan. Nice, easy one to remember. Essentially, you can call me whatever you want, though. I don't really care. UFC OnlyFans calls me Daddy Cash. For some reason. He did explain it to me once, but... Cheers. There's still 23 minutes to go. There's only 10 points the difference. Plenty of time left. But the Tigers, they just need to start taking advantage of some of these opportunities that are falling their way. The Warriors, you suspect, are just probably 1 try away from icing this contest. Tackle 4. Johnson will kick from inside the 40. And Buller goes back and takes it. Slips. Manages to keep his feet. Norfoluma, can he play the ball properly this time? He can. Sarcastic round of applause from me. And now Buller dummies and goes straight through the gap. He's got support from Laurie. Laurie's racing away. Dane Laurie will score for the Tigers. They're back in it, the Tigers. It is not over yet. Put that down to Jareem Buller, though. Single-handedly creating this space down the blind side. $22 points to 16. The kick to come. This game is still on. Notice this. Do you have your own podcast or just do commentary? Funny you say that, because starting next Wednesday night, which is what, 4 days away. 4 days away, I'll be doing a vodcast series, our pilot episode vodcast series with my dad called Generations. And we'll be talking all things footy through the years. His generation, my generation, future generations. So, yeah, the channel is big enough now. The channel is monetized. There's enough support that we're going to give it a crack. Get my dad involved. And chat all things footy. Coruscant from right beside the post to make it 22 points to 18. Absolutely no mistake. And it is well and truly game on here. The Tigers refusing to go away. Shack of Hearts says, no matter who wins or loses, can we all agree this is an infinitely better game than the last one? Yes, and an infinitely better game than the Broncos Eels last night as well. Although I'm sure Broncos supporters loved the Broncos Eels game. For a neutral, it was a really disastrous watch. Bobsy says, any game where I don't see the Rabbits win is a great game for me. So you missed the last one. "20.5 minutes to go. We've got an exciting finish coming up here. Tigers, Warriors. Fifth and last, a good set after points. This kick is off the side of the boot from Brooks. It might work out for them, though. The Tigers have knocked it on. It was a wonky old kick, but they nearly got the advantage out of it. Plenty of time left in this one. That's the beauty of this game so far. There is still plenty of time left for both teams. The Warriors could still run away with it, or the Tigers could spring the upset. Game well and truly in the balance. Warriors have got the ball, though. Oh, he spills it. He holds onto it behind his back. Curran does well. Almost a miracle that he's held onto that ball, Josh Curran. They're up into Tigers territory on the fifth and last. Look for Johnson to get an attacking kick away. Here he is on the short side. Puts it high. The kick chase is a good one. Pressure on. But it's taken by Tupou at the back for the Tigers. They're hanging in there. The Tigers just hanging in. Four points the difference. 18.5 minutes to go. Coruscant from dummy half to Clemmer. Clemmer is lifted and driven down in the tackle. And loses the ball. He was picked up and dumped, Clemmer, and he's dropped the ball. They're going to challenge this one immediately. I did not see the ball spill loose from Clemmer. And they have immediately challenged this, the Tigers. Clemmer is picked up and never loses that ball once. A great challenge, and that's what the captain's challenge is for right there. That is the moment the captain's challenge is there for. An absolute howler by the referees. And the Tigers will retain possession. That was a great captain's challenge, that one. Clemmer plays the ball. Fifth and last now, the Tigers. Coruscant kicks down the short side. It's taken on the full, though, at the back. Taupiki brings it back over the 30, and the Warriors, they can mount a charge from here at the back end of this set. With Tenny Zalesniak with a charge forward. Up over halfway they go now. Curran on tackle 4. This game just so delicately poised. Numbers out to the left here. Metcalf takes it to the line. Looks for the Harbour Bridge pass. Norfoluma gets hands on it. It'll be 6 more tackles for the Warriors. 6 more for the Warriors. Norfoluma, rather than just retreating and going for the tackle, he's gone for the intercept and spilt it. Now I can hear the crowd, Shack of Hearts. They've gotten even louder, I dare say. Oh, Tapeki looks to flick it on to Watene Zalesniak. It's been touched by the Tigers. It's going to be 6 again. Oh, it's scrappy from the Tigers. All they had to do was fall on the ball, not try and kick it. Oh, Bateman's hurt. Uh-oh. Watene Zalesniak might be done for a raised elbow here. Let's keep an eye on this. Watene Zalesniak, a raised elbow right to the throat. We've seen one of these already tonight. And that is forceful contact to the throat. And if there's consistency, then I'm afraid this has to be a penalty against Watene Zalesniak. We've already seen one tonight, so it has to be called. It's going to be a penalty to the Tigers. It was nowhere near as bad as the last one. But Watene Zalesniak goes on report. It will be a penalty. It was definitely not anywhere near as bad as the last one. But it still had to be called. It absolutely had to be. The precedent has been set. Hell yeah, Nichols. Nichols, Rugby World Cup, September. I can't wait. I'm so excited. The plan is to do so many games. I've already got my eye on the pool games that I want to do for the Rugby World Cup. I'll obviously be doing the All Blacks versus France in the opening pool stages. If everything goes to plan, we could be looking at All Blacks versus Ireland in the quarterfinal. And what an absolute blockbuster that will be. That is a real serious danger game for the All Blacks. Fifth and last here, Tigers. Brooks puts it high. The kick chase is a great one. They're going to get the ball back here. The Tigers, they keep it alive. They're going to score. They must score. Papali'i is over the line. This is going to be very interesting. The referee has sent it up as no try. It's gone up as no try. It's been called a knock on. Was this knocked on by the Tigers or knocked back by the Warriors? It's been knocked on by Papali'i. It's no try. And that is a great call from the referee. That was a serious warning shot fired by the Tigers, though. That was a real wake-up call. If the Warriors haven't copped one already. All Blacks going to win the World Cup? I certainly hope so. I'm feeling a lot better. Oh, and it's a knock on. Pompey's knocked the ball on. Pompey has knocked the ball on in the tackle. They're going to challenge it here, the Warriors. But the Tigers are just getting themselves on top here. The momentum is swinging back their way. This is a huge captain's challenge. This is a massive moment of the game right here. This is such a huge call. The game is in the balance. Oh, the All Blacks are my team in the rugby union. The challenge is successful. Big challenge there. And the Warriors will get a penalty on the back of it to boot. That was a huge moment in the game right there. Massive. It cannot be understated how big that moment was. Oh, 100% Shakafats. It was a penalty every day of the week. You can't run and raise your forearm like that. And now another penalty to the Warriors. And it's starting to flare up here. Bring back the Biff. A penalty to the Warriors. Do they take the 2? I would take the 2. I'd be taking the 2. I'm just saying. It's 40 out, but it's right in front. Johnson's going to plug it into the corner. They're running it here, the Warriors. Oh, it's not right in front. Okay, fair enough. Warriors now, a full set of 6 in attacking range. Tackle 1, 20 out from the line. Harris to Barnett. They're inside the 10 now. To the right they go. Harris. Loose ball. Loose ball. Tigers have got it. But it's a penalty for high contact. They're going to take the 2 now. They're taking the 2 this time. Take the 2. Take the 2. Take the 2. Geez, I think this is a more slightly... I mean, it's closer to the post, but I thought that it was a much better angle previously. But they're taking the 2 this time. Sean Johnson obviously feeling a bit more confident about this kick than the last one. But a very interesting decision. The right call, though, I do believe, to open up a 6-point margin. Especially with how close this game has ended up being. Don't forget, coming up right after this, we've got the Roosters versus the Dolphins. Johnson moves in, strikes it, takes the 2. And they've opened up that 6-point lead now. $24 points to 18. 11 minutes to go. There's only 6 points difference. The short kickoff would have made no sense to me whatsoever with 10.5 minutes to go. There's no need to panic. Big defense here from the Tigers. They've got it all to do. Kea Niwa says Sharks should win next week against the Cowboys because Tamo and Valentine Holmes and Jeremiah Nanai are all out. I'm feeling a lot more confident about the Sharks' chances than I was a couple of weeks ago against the Cowboys. The Tigers have forced the mistake here. They're going to get the ball back. Fanua Blake, one of my try scorers, with the error. We're inside. Well, we've got a pitch invader. Oh, we've got some goof running onto the field. A pitch invader created a little bit of a break in play. But the Tigers get their scrum down now. 6 points the difference, 9.5 minutes to go. Can anybody say golden point? Could it happen? Golden point is a real possibility here. Laurie nearly breaks through for the Tigers. Tackle 3. 20 out from the Warriors line. Oh, and no, Clemmer. David Clemmer drops the ball cold. Golden point. David Clemmer says, no, thank you. I don't want to play any more minutes than the 80. And that's a big mistake. What a massive error that is, Clemmer. 8.5 minutes to go here. Tigers, Warriors. Right after this, we're staying live for the Roosters, Dolphins. We've got to get through this one first, though, don't we? Warriors ball. Six points the difference. They're just holding on. They were looking so comfortable at various stages throughout this game, the Warriors. But the Tigers they kept holding on. They never went away. For Noah Blake up over halfway. That's a great charge. Johnson kicks on the 4th. In behind the line. Wants it to pull up, but it dribbles over the sideline. Just a little bit too heavy there, Sean Johnson. "40 tackles the Warriors have had inside Tigers attacking territory. The fact that they're only 6 points ahead is unreal with a statistic like that. That's just crazy. 7.5 minutes to go. Still anybody's game. Tigers out of territory. 30 out from their own line. Big charge here upfield. Can't see who it was. Got put on his back. Was a great run, though. Brooks now. It's the 5th and last. Papali'i needs to get the ball free. Does. Who's going to put the kick away for the Tigers? It's back to Brooks. Brooks running. Fires a forward pass across the middle of the field. And it's called so. And that is a shocker of a 5th tackle play for the Tigers. It's just falling to pieces all at the worst possible times for the Tigers. It was a mile forward, Brooks. I don't know what he's complaining about. Well, I think the pass was a mile forward. No, Dis says I'd rather be a Warrior than a Dolphin. I actually have nothing against the Dolphins. the only teams that I really, really dislike are the Rabbitohs and the Raiders. I really, really hated the Eels last season, though, didn't I? I really hated the Eels last season. But this year I've had absolutely nothing against them. I've actually grown to... I think it's you guys in the chat. It's you lot in the chat. The number of Eels supporters out there that support this channel have kind of made me quite accustomed to your team. Here we go now. Johnson runs to the line. A great inside line run by Ford. Is it Ford? Gets up and goes again. And that is a try-saving, potentially match-winning, or match-saving, not match-winning, match-saving tackle. Right on the try line there for the Tigers. Inside the last 5 minutes, this game is still alive. No penalties. That's the order of the day here for the Warriors. No penalties. Solid defensive set so far. The ball spills out the back. Was it forward? It's been called a knock on. They've got to challenge it. The Tigers, if they have a challenge left, they simply must use it. And they are. Vanessa Zazave. Ahoy there. Tigers have been great the last couple of games. And welcome along, Vanessa. The Tigers have to use this challenge. Oh, he's been caught high, has he? Has he copped a high shot here? This is going to be a penalty to the Tigers, potentially. We need a better angle. Josh Curran. He's copped him high. This is going to be a penalty, Tigers. What a great challenge. Does Curran cop him high here? Oh, yes, he does. This is going to be a penalty. Tigers. Challenge unsuccessful. It's called a knock on. And we are not even looking at the high contact from Josh Curran. No contact with the head. The Warriors have escaped that one. Here we go, Warriors. Do they set up for a one-pointer here? Sean Johnson drop goal incoming. Here they go, scrum down Warriors. That was surely a penalty. 4 minutes to go. Are the Warriors thinking drop goal? I think so. Harris runs towards the post. The backline are not set very deep at all. Johnson puts Curran back on the inside. Keeping it close to the goalposts. The drop goal is definitely the order of the day here. Drop goal or a penalty. Harris to Johnson. Takes it to the line. Ford nearly crashes over. Tackle 4. Johnson to Fanua Blake. Fanua Blake scores under the posts. Forget about the drop goal. Fanua Blake will score under the posts. It's way too late, but there's another leg of my multi. Fanua Blake. A perfect pass from Sean Johnson. And that's the win for the Warriors now. And way too late, another leg of the multi ticked off. Well, actually, we get the Warriors win as well. So 3 out of the 5 legs ticked off. 3 out of the 5, but just way too late for the last 2 try scorers to get up. And after scoring that try, he is now hobbling off the field. Warriors, they had a little bit of a fright. Actually, I would say they had a major fright. But they get there in the end, and that's all that matters. From right in front, Pompey converts 30 points to 18. And that win, that scoreline makes the win look a lot more comfortable than it really was. $30 points to 18. Ivan, ahoy there, mate. Don't forget, coming up right after this, Roosters, Dolphins. $30 points to 18 here. The Warriors with the victory now. We've seen a couple of tightly fought contests. Hopefully another one coming up. Roosters versus Dolphins. Am I drinking Warrior soup? That depends. What's Warrior soup? Tigers have got the ball from the kickoff and now straight through a huge gap. And Laurie's in support. Fires it out to Stafford Toa. Oh, she's not over yet. Don't go home just yet, folks. Stafford Toa has scored, and the Tigers are about to make this a 6-point ball game with 2 minutes to go. They are somehow still in this. The Tigers will have 1 set of 6 after this conversion to go the length of the field and tie this up again. She's not over yet. And you look at that play from the Tigers and you just wonder, where was that? Oh, well, he's still got to make the conversion. This is a tough kick. Coruscant has to make this kick. This is a critical kick. Try confirmed. Conversion hits the upright, hits the crossbar, and falls away. And that will be the game. Oh, that conversion was crucial. It couldn't have got any closer. Off the upright, off the crossbar, and bounces back away. And the Warriors win. Insane. That was a big conversion. 1:40 to go, and then we are right off and over to see the Roosters take on the Dolphins. And hopefully we're in for another blockbuster. I wonder if I can put a cheeky little bet on before the game starts. Probably not. I'm probably all multied out, in all honesty. Bateman's through the gap. The Tigers no, they keep the ball alive here. The Tigers inside the last minute. They're 25 out from the line on tackle 3. If they scored here, how crucial that missed conversion will turn out to be. They go out to the right. And then they spill the ball. And that will be it. 39 seconds to go. Warriors ball. Warriors got the fright of their lives here this week, though. Talk about a wake-up call and a half. But the Warriors are going to get away with the victory here. Let's have a look. What have we got for Roosters Dolphins? Suli to score 12 plus points. The Hammer to score first, second, or third try scorer. Asako to score 10 plus points. Tupou or Manu to score a try. Nah, bollocks it. Bugger it. All right, Wasted World of Sports coming up right after this. Roosters, Dolphins. I'm going to have a quick break and set up all the scoreboard and everything. The Warriors have got away with this one. They hold on to third spot on the ladder. A couple of games clear of the Sharks. Roosters, Dolphins coming up right after this. Right here on this very stream. I'm not ending it. We're just going to kick right on into it. Right after this, Roosters, Dolphins, 30 points to 22 here, though. Congratulations, Warriors. Right back after this with the next game. glass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, ahoy, welcome back. The last game of tonight's Super Saturday triple header. Roosters versus the Dolphins. I'm on board with the Roosters. I want to see the Roosters get into the top 8. Game ML, ahoy. That's a great opportunity to shout out our Wasted World of Sports All-Stars, of which Game ML is the captain of at the moment. Game ML, captain of the All-Stars. Why? Because you're the only channel member. Special mention to Mr. Ed's Dead and Andrew O'Grady, who are Patreon members. But see, Game ML became a member through YouTube. So she gets the badge and she gets the captaincy of the All-Star squad. At the moment, at least. And thank you to our Wasted World of Sports Super Chat donators, of which Arcade Angel has become the latest member of the All-Star squad. We just haven't added her name to the team there just yet. But anyway, here, Roosters currently in 12th, taking on the Dolphins in 14th. Judging by that, it should be a great contest, but we'll see. I feel the Roosters win this quite comfortably, but they haven't exactly had the greatest of seasons, have they? To be fair. But they need to win big, they need to win them all, the Roosters, for the rest of the season in order to keep themselves in finals contention as the Dolphins running out onto the stadium here. Allianz Stadium, Sydney. Roosters at home theoretically should be too strong, but we've said that a few times tonight. Not much of a turnout. It seems like the home crowd has given up on the Roosters this season. What say you, Vopsy? Where have I put my phone now? This is a bit of a disaster. Oh, there it is. It's in my pocket. Good stuff. What say you, Vopsy? Have the Roosters faithful lost faith? It seems like a really bad turnout. Or is Allianz Stadium their regular home crowd? Home ground? Game ML, you haven't watched any football today? Oh dear. What have you been doing? Practicing cup stacking, I bet. Here come the Roosters out onto the field. It just seems like a really low turnout is all, Vopsy. I wouldn't go to a game this year, to be honest. There you go. I'm wondering if that is the theme of the time for the Roosters. Game number 200 for Luke Keary. Is that right? Or is this 201? Is this game 201? Here we go. Roosters, Dolphins. Are we in for another quality contest? About to get underway, so let's jump on over to the scoreboard. First half underway here. Roosters, Dolphin. The Dolphins will be kicking off. So the Roosters with first use of the ball. Underway. Okay, officially underway. Jumped the gun a little bit, it would seem. And the Roosters now do get first use of the ball. And solid defense to start here from the Dolphins. Cheese to have a blinder, if I recall correctly, was the prediction there. A blinder for the Cheese. So we'll see. Dolphins solid in their first defensive set, forcing the Roosters into a kick out of territory. Early little advantage there for the Dolphins. Jason Bourne, we are going to a penalty shootout in the soccer, for anyone who cares. I'm sure there are people that do. Sean O'Sullivan now gets the kick away for the Dolphins. I'm sorry, Jason. Soccer is just not my bag at all. I would rather watch golf, to be perfectly honest. And I don't like golf. It's just really not my thing. Roosters now up towards halfway. Tedesco on the fifth and last keeps his pants up. Back to Keary for the kick. No pressure on the kick chase, and it's taken easily by Asako at the back. And both teams getting through their work early here. Nothing really to speak of. Dolphins out of territory. Solid defense from both teams really early on. How many people tipped the Roosters in the tipping comp? Ooh, good question. Now, hands on that from the Roosters. This will be 6 again for the Dolphins. Let's have a look. Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Sitting on a perfect round at the moment, I am. Who's going to be the team that lets me down? Let's have a look. Everyone. Pretty much everyone. Viking King, ahoy there, mate. O'Sullivan runs it to the line. Dummies. Can't get through. So, yeah, pretty much everyone in the top 10 has gone Roosters. I see you've gone for the Dolphins, James. And Aussie Rob's gone for the Dolphins as well. Oh, who's your caddy? Thank you very much, showing support from the stands there. Who's your caddy? Our latest channel member. Thank you very much, mate. I love the avatar of Happy Gilmore there too. Yeah, I'm questioning that one, Jason. I'm on the fence with that one at the moment. At the moment, I've picked the Knights. Yesterday, I changed it to the Bulldogs. Today, I've changed it back to the Knights. I'm so on the fence with that one. Thank you so much, Who's Your Caddy, for joining the channel membership. Very much appreciate that. If you have any ideas for the sorts of things that we should offer to channel members, do let me know. Because I really don't know what sort of exclusive content we can create here just for channel members, other than the odd live stream where it's channel members only. But any ideas, I'm more than open to it. Penalty here to the Roosters. Viking King says, I'm supporting France against the Matildas. Fair enough. Tackle 3 here, the Roosters. They're 20 out. They've got the first real opportunity of the game here. Cheese lining up to the right. It's tapped on by Tedesco to Suli. And Suli is taken by the sliding defence. 5th and last here, Roosters. Back it comes to Hutchinson. Kicks crossfield. It's way too deep. And it's an easy take in the in-goal for Asako for a 7-tackle set. And a 20-metre restart. Drew Hutchinson playing 7, huh? That's an interesting little lineup change for the Roosters, yeah? Drew Hutchinson. The Frogs. I love it. The Frogs missed their first shoot. Oh, I shouldn't laugh, but that's funny. Dolphins now into Roosters territory, and a very simple mistake made by Katoa, was it? Katoa has spilt the ball. And Wayne Bennett looks about as impressed as you would expect him to look after that. That was a very simple mistake there from the Dolphins. It's going to be a Rooster scrum. 40 out. Tedesco steps, tries to go on his own. UFC, you'd have to subscribe on OnlyFans then. This is for YouTube subscribers, YouTube channel members. Like Gamer Mel and Who's Your Caddy now just joining. That is a completely different subscription service. Straight through the middle now. Go the Roosters. Where's the support? Oh, there it was. But it's been knocked down and spilt. Who's your caddies? $5 New Zealand dollars. Just watch the Warriors game on your Discord, Dan. Cheers. Would not have seen it otherwise. Not a problem, mate, and I very much appreciate the acknowledgement for that. Thank you. Cheers. I very much appreciate that. Who's your caddy? I'll tell you what, though, Who's Your Caddy was your heart, not in your mouth. The Warriors got the fright of their life against the Tigers, the game just before. All right, I better see what Illawarra's up to out there. Hang on, I'll say, Illawarra! What is it? Now, what was that all about, huh? You tell us. Huh? You tell us what that was all about, eh? What was all that commotion? That's the second time tonight, huh? Second time tonight, all that commotion. Hey, what was it out there? Gamer Mel, did you see that you've got a friend now in the Wasted Water Sports membership community. Hey now, you can't time him out just for supporting France. I won't stand for that. You can't time somebody out just because they go for the opposition. I'll be keeping a watchful eye on that one. I realise you're only joking. I'm just letting him know. I obviously need to work on my sarcasm. Oh, Swally, he's into space on the outside. He's getting very involved in this game early on, Swally. Oh, that's a huge hit. Carfusi has just lined up Keary. Hutchinson, this kick. Way too deep again. What? Okay, can someone explain to me why Drew Hutchinson is playing number 7? What has led to this little eventuation for the Roosters? No, but in all seriousness, Jason, I did something very similar the other night as well, off stream. This wasn't on the stream, but I'm like, I've said something, and in my mind, I'm very clearly joking as well. But it seemed to just... Maybe I'm not as sarcastic sounding as I think I am. Because I said it, and I thought for sure I was just so, like Homer Simpson, over the top sarcastic. But apparently I wasn't. Because it went completely over her head as well. I'm like, I'm only joking. Stephanie, stay funny, Steph. Ahoy. Oh, blindside play here on the 5th and last for the Dolphins. The kick is straight into the breadbasket of Manu, and Manu's away. Manu's away and taken. A desperation tackle by Katoa. They hold on here, the Dolphins, but now Tupou is away on the outside of Tuere. Flicks it back inside of the Dolphins, secure the loose ball. It's frantic. It's end-to-end stuff. Should we take bets on how long Viking King's going to be gone for? Because Viking King's the one that's always like, I'm going, I'll see you later. And then 2 minutes later, he's back in the chat room. Dolphins got the ball here. 30 out from the line, 5th and last. But their kicker has been taken out of play. Katoa puts it high. Perfectly placed. Tupou takes it. Oh, but a relieving penalty now. Inside the 10, and that's relief for the Roosters. "13.5 minutes gone. No score in this one. End-to-end stuff. Closely contested. Oh, Matilda's hit the post. Sounds like quite the tense finish there in the soccer. Whoops. Oh, I called it. Viking King, there he is. He's still there. That's fair, UFC. My man. I'll drink to that. Anyway, Tedesco gets on the outside. Where's his support? He doesn't need it, Tedesco. He's caught 2 meters out from the line on tackle 5. Roosters spread it wide to the left. Hargreaves to Butcher. Butcher puts the grubber kick in. It's tapped back by Tupou. Dolphins dive on it. It's going to be a line dropout. Oh, frantic stuff here. This game is wild. All right. I'll be right back. I got to collect Illawarra. Sorry about that. I haven't fed Illawarra yet tonight, so poor little girl was you were starving, weren't you? Hey? Hey? I've got to feed you. Hey? I've got to make sure you get your food. Poor little girl was out there scratching at her dinner bowl, and I'm like, oh God, I haven't given her any food yet. So I do apologise. Priorities and all, you know? Priorities. Have to give my little girl some food. Bounce is kind for Tupou here. Tupou goes for the corner. Tries to fire the pass back in. But the defence... The defence of the Dolphins holds firm once again. This game is going to be tight. End-to-end stuff. Roosters are shut down once more. You want this ball? Yeah. And a penalty to the Dolphins. They're going to get out of territory. Mm-hmm. 20.5 minutes to go. No score in this one. I'm a little bit surprised by that. No score in this game. Dolphins up to halfway on the back of the penalty. Who's going to blink first? That's what it comes down to here. Still 0-0. Kaufusi takes it into contact. Tackle 4 here. Dolphins. 30 out from the Roosters line. Lined up out to the left. O'Sullivan. Flat pass. Not called. 5th and last. Katoa puts it high. How's the kick chase? Pressure on Tupou. Oh, it's tapped backwards by the Dolphins. It could go anywhere. Carey comes away with it. Catch you in a couple of minutes, Viking King. Yes. Cheers, mate. See you in a few. Roosters come away with the ball. Big set of 6 here defensively from the Dolphins. The Roosters kicking from just outside their own 30. Pressure on here. And stay out. Get out and stay out, says Stephanie. Stay funny, Steph. Tawere with the hit up. He's taken in the tackle. The Dolphins, 18 minutes to go till the halftime break. 0-0 the score here. A low-scoring affair we're lined up for, as now there's space on the left for the Dolphins. Tessie New gets on the outside, but the sliding defense of the Roosters, and Manu shuts him down. 20 out from the Roosters line. A couple of tackles to go. Kaufusi steps inside. Where's the support? Fifth and last. 10 out. Short side. O'Sullivan passes back in field. The ball is still alive. And Tawere goes to ground. And that will be the turnover. Solid goal line defense there from the Roosters. Both teams defending so well. This is a huge defensive game from both teams. They've knocked it on here, the Roosters. Here's an opportunity, a golden opportunity for the Dolphins. Defensive pressure is the name of the game here. And it's forced the mistake from the Roosters. The Dolphins will have the scrum. 10 out in midfield. Options left, options right. "23 minutes gone, still no score. Here they go to the right, Tawere. 5 out on tackle 1. Dolphins, prime opportunity here. A set restart, reaching out. He's over the line and scores for the Dolphins. Dolphins are ahead. Dolphins are ahead. They score the first try. Four points to 0, the kick to come. And maybe, just maybe, that rev up from Wayne Bennett last week is enough to get the Dolphins moving forward here in the right direction. Ray Stone with the try. Kick to come to make it 6 points to 0. Try confirmed. And it is the Dolphins on top here early. Very easy conversion here. Jermaine Asako currently with the most points in the NRL in season 2023. And here's 2 more for him. Right over the middle it goes. 6 points to 0. The Dolphins are ahead. Pressure on the Roosters here. It has been a very defense-oriented game thus far. And the Dolphins are standing up. Roosters get us back underway. 14 and a half to go till the halftime break. Six points to 0 in favour of the Dolphin. Very important set of 6 here after points. Going through the motions here, up over halfway they go, 5th and last. A perfect set after points for the Dolphins there. Katoa puts it high. Pressure on the kick chase. Not really. Tupou takes it well. Roosters ball, but the Dolphins, they're just doing what they need to do. The rev up from Uncle Wayne has clearly done the trick. This is a very different looking Dolphins team. Numbering up well out to the left. Nowhere to go for the Roosters. And tackle 3, they haven't even made it out of the 30 yet. This is a solid performance so far from the Dolphins. Keary now tries to get Tedesco on the outside, but a 2-man tackle. Tuare and Asako put him down. 5th and last. Hutchinson kicking from inside his own 30. Advantage Dolphins once again. New tries to step through the defense. Time off. HIA. Time off for a HIA. Aussie Mozzie. Ahoy, mate. I didn't get a chance to ask you, or I've forgotten. Could be either one. Aussie Mozzie. I know that it's a... I know it's not the most important thing in the world, but I forgot to ask what jersey you wanted on your Western World of Sports All-Stars squad. So I just gave you an Australian Kangaroos jersey. How is Hutchinson still playing? Why is Hutchinson playing number 7? Surely there's someone else on the books for the Roosters. Bizarre. I was talking about that earlier. Like, is Hutchinson really the only option they have? As the Dolphins start to look threatening again. Wallace now gets the offload away. O'Sullivan puts the kick through on tackle 3. The kick is going to be too deep, though. That was not the right option there. But the Dolphins are looking good here. Sandon Smith must have been injured or axed. He's on the interchange bench. Sandon Smith is number 14 tonight. Shack of Hearts. Sandon Smith at number 14. Right, they're probably just trying it out. Let's see how Hutchinson goes. Speak of the devil, there is Hutchinson. Up to the Dolphins 40. Staying on the blind side here. Cheese gets away from the first tackle. Support from Keary. Keary to Smith. Smith beats one, beats two. Billy Smith still going, spills the ball and loses it forward. It's just not coming together tonight for the Roosters in a very familiar sight of this season. The Dolphins' defense standing firm once more. Worrying signs for Rooster supporters. Oh, Billy Smith is on report for the raised forearm. We've seen that a couple of times already tonight. The raised forearm runs. And we've got another one on report. Oh, Aussie Mozzie, stop it. Stop it. More super chats. He was lying to you as well. You've been taken for a ride. I feel bad now. Old mate's taking you for a ride. Jeez, I'm a good pimp, he says. Thank you very much, though, Aussie Mozzie, for the super chat. I'm not doing shots, but I will very gladly finish this drink. Fifth and last there, the Roosters let it bounce. They come away with it, though. 6 points to 0 to the Dolphins. It remains. It's all I had left in the glass, James Jasons. Jeez. You and Michelle, I swear to God. You're like a Bonnie and Clyde bloody villain couple having a go at me over. Oh, the shots don't count. Oh, at least do a full glass. Yes, you cheap son of a bitch. I know you didn't say that. I'm putting words in your mouth now. Anonymous, ahoy there. Welcome along. Can the Roosters win? They absolutely can. And here is a great bounce of the ball for the Roosters. Oh, and they spill the ball with the try line beckoning. There was an opportunity right there gone begging, but it's only 6 points the difference. So they absolutely can still win. There's a whole half of football left. Connolly Lemuelu ruled out of the game. Category 1 HIA. He is done. Failed his head assessment. So the Dolphins are going to be down a man for the rest of the game. Danny Arthur, will the Dolphins make it to the top 8? No, I don't see how. Not anymore. They certainly had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago, but they dropped the ball. I don't see how they get in anymore, to be honest. I suppose mathematically there's still a chance, but it's hard to see it happening. Not now. The Roosters, though, the Dolphins' defense is standing up and making a really solid account for itself. And now another mistake. Oh, Tedesco's hurt. Tedesco is hurt. James Tedesco struggling here, getting back to his feet. Tedesco would be a massive, massive out He seems all right, though. He seems to have walked it off, and he's running back into line now, James Tedesco. That would have been massive. Now the Dolphins have created an overlap to the left, and the ball spills free. The Hammer drops it, and it's Joey Manu who has it now. This is a scrappy old game now. It's really downgraded into a scrappy old affair. And a penalty now to the Roosters. A much-needed one. Oh, it's a penalty to the Dolphins. It's a penalty against the attacking team. Penalty against the attacking team. Take the 2. Surely you take the 2 here. Dolphins. Take the 2. Go 8 points out into the lead. Take the 2. 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 Surely you take the 2 points here, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Jermaine, my calls have finally been heard. And Jermaine Asako is stepping up to take the shot at goal here for the Dolphins. And this would put them 8 points clear. Always take the 2. Even if you're behind by 30, take the 2. Four and a half minutes to go till the halftime break. Absolutely take the 2 here. Right down the middle from Asako. 8 points to 0. The Dolphins have got the lead. The Roosters, wow. Backs against the wall here. The Roosters. The live ladder, if it stays as it is and the Dolphins win, the Dolphins will leap above the Roosters on for and against. 4 minutes to go till the break. Roosters, they will need a big second half. It's only 8 points, but the Roosters will need a big second half here to keep themselves in this contest. Under 4 minutes to go. They'll probably only get 1 or at most 2 sets in this first half, the Roosters, to get some points. They haven't been bad, the Roosters. That's the thing. It's just that the Dolphins have really stepped up a gear from their recent weeks of form. And that's been the difference in the game so far. And they've taken advantage of the opportunities that have presented themselves. Fifth and last here, Dolphins. Kautoa will put it high on tackle 5. No pressure on the kick chase. Tupou will take it with ease at the back, but the chase was there quickly. And now a penalty to Tupou. Just as they did all that good work to race up there, they give away a penalty and the Roosters can clear upfield. And this will give them their opportunity before the halftime break. Cleary puts it into... Cleary? Oh, God. Imagine Nathan Cleary signing for the Roosters. Keary puts it into touch. Roosters 35 out from their own line. 2.5 to go to the break. They don't necessarily need points before the break, but how massive would it be if they got them? They don't need it, but boy, it would be good for them. Keary, the double pump to Butcher. Butcher nearly gets the ball stolen off him. 1-on-1 Keeps hold of it, though. Wildred, ahoy there. Who goes first, Teddy or Robinson? Jeez. It's not Teddy's fault that the team's going so badly, I guess. I guess Trent Robinson would have to be in the firing line before Teddy is. If you had to pick one. If I'm being forced into making a decision, the Roosters' form at the moment is certainly not James Tedesco's fault. The squad that's available, they shouldn't be going as bad as they are. So maybe Trent Robinson is just out of ideas. Maybe they do need to shake up the coaching staff a little bit. So if I have to answer that question, who goes first? Coach has got to go first. Here goes Tedesco. Lurking in midfield as he often is, and his pants stay up this time. Now firing out, Billy Smith gets away from the first tackle, gets away from two. 30 seconds to go till half-time. The Roosters will get last say in this half. Hutchinson out the back. Tedesco's in the line again. Double pump. Manu cutting back in field. And Tedesco with the try assist. That answers the question. Tedesco still has it. Right on the stroke of halftime. A huge play from Teddy. Drawing in the defense. Joey Manu runs the perfect inside line. Tedesco with the assist. Manu with the try. And the Roosters, right on the stroke of halftime, are back in this contest. Beautiful work there from the Roosters. It finally comes together for them. And we'll be going into halftime 8-6. We all spoke too soon. Tedesco with the try assist. Sets it up perfectly. Manu cuts back in field. Runs a beautiful line. Joey Manu. They're still trailing at halftime, though, the Roosters. And I don't know how many of us expected that. The Dolphins are well and truly up for this fight. By the way, and James Tedesco fans, if you're a fan of seeing James Tedesco get his pants pulled down, check out the Wasted World of Sports homepage here on YouTube. Go to the main page of the channel, check out our YouTube shorts, and there are a couple of segments there of streams where Teddy has had his pants pulled down. 8-6 at halftime. Yes, I did tip the Roosters, James Jason. 8-6 at halftime. I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to cover all this first half action and lead into the second half right after this. Wasted World of Sports. Back shortly. It makes no sense that I tipped the Roosters. Why? Roosters, I'd have thought, would be expected to win this game a little bit more comprehensively than they... Well, they're not. They're not at the moment. But I would have thought that they would be expected to win this game. Very short-priced favourites at the bookmakers. 8 points to 6, though, at halftime. The Dolphins making me proud and taking the 2. I've really got to get that take the 2 emoji. Take the 2. And for Rugby World Cup time, take the 3. I obviously can't fit that much information into an emoji on YouTube. So it won't actually say... It won't actually say take the 2, take the 3. But I'm thinking just what would fit in an emoji size thing? Probably the goalposts and the number 2 or the number 3. And I think that gets the message conveyed quite clearly, in my opinion. I'll work on that. I'll work on that as a priority. The Wasted Water Sports custom emoji for take the points, essentially. 8 points to 6 at halftime, though. The Dolphins here doing extremely well. Their defense ultimately has been sublime. They leaked that try right on the stroke of halftime, but that was just pure skill. Tedesco and Manu linking up. Tedesco and Manu both just ran perfect lines. Perfectly timed pass. It was one moment in the half where it just all came together nicely for the Roosters. But outside of that, the Dolphins' defense has been immaculate. And this game, low scoring. Anybody's contest here. 8 points to 6. Taking the 2 has been the difference so far between the two teams. Taking the 2. Otherwise, it would have been 6-all at the break. Our Wasted Water Sports All-Stars, thank you very much. YouTube channel members. Game ML, there's now a new one. Who's Your Caddy? Who's Your Caddy has joined tonight. The Wasted Water Sports YouTube channel membership. Patreon members, Mr. Ed's Dead and Andrew O'Grady. And Super Chat donators. James Jason Bourne, Aussie Mozzie. Arcade Angel was a new one tonight as well. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. Shots per dollar was not a thing. I don't know how that snuck in. I did it that once. I did do it that once, although I was told it doesn't count, but I did it. Wasn't really meant to be a thing, but it could be a laugh going forward. I mean, I might not last very long if we did it, but 8 points to 6 here at halftime. Wasted Water Sports. Quiet bunch here at the halftime break, aren't we? All right. I need to grab myself another mixer. So I'll be back for the second half. All right, let's go. Second half about to get underway. Wastewater Sports Dolphins holding on to a slender lead over the Roosters. 8 points to 6. We are in for a blockbuster second half of action. If that first 40 is anything to go by. The Roosters. That was more like it. Right on the stroke of halftime, Tedesco with the try assist to Joey Manu. They are obviously going to need a lot more of that throughout the course of this second 40 minutes. What can this game produce? We've already seen a couple of close games so far tonight, and this one is well and truly poised. Oh, Aussie Mozzie again. Aussie Mozzie. You're making me feel bad, mate. You kind of hope the Dolphins win? Well, just for that, I hope the Dolphins win, since you want them to win. Cheers. Back underway in the second half. Dolphins with first use of the ball. Thank you so much, Aussie Mozzie. As I always say, certainly not expected, but very much appreciated. Geez, if you guys keep going, honestly, I might find myself one day in the situation where I can quit my job and just do this full time. Wouldn't that be an amazing thing to be able to say? Like, what do you do for work? I commentate sports on YouTube. And I mean truly commentate sports. Like I've said, the guys on TV have to be balanced and impartial. I don't have to be. I can say what I think. They have to try and remain interested in a game, even though it's clearly over. Like that game we saw last night between the Broncos and the Eels. I don't. I can switch off if I want to. Jacko Robertson, ahoy there, mate. There's a lot of it. They don't get to interact live with the audience. I do. There's many benefits to be had. Oh, Roosters put the crossfield kick in, and Jermaine Osako, was it over there? Standing firm. That was a very impressive take. Oh, Jacko Robertson. Can't wait for the Rugby World Cup next month. We're a month away from Rugby World Cup. I can't wait. We will be covering as much of the action as possible here on the Wasted World of Sports. Rugby World Cup time. Cannot wait. Fifth and last here for the Dolphins. The kick from inside the 40. No threat of a 40-20. It's down the middle of the field. And Tupou just ranges backwards and secures the ball. 30 out from their own line here, the Roosters. Trailing by 2. Swalihi looking for the offload. Gets it. Now, Roosters find some space. Up towards halfway they go. A great run there from Fletcher Baker. Swalihi again getting involved. Speaking of rugby union, the Wallabies bound Swalihi getting himself heavily involved in this contest tonight. Butcher breaks away. Butcher into space. Can't quite get the link up with Tedesco. Tedesco would have scored untouched under the post there if he got the ball away. Radley to Hutchinson. Hutchinson dummies, goes on his own. Support inside. They keep it alive here. The Roosters spills backwards to Keary. Keary to Smith. Smith beats 1, 2, 3. Billy Smith scores. What a great individual effort from Billy Smith. And the Roosters hit the lead. They score on the stroke of half-time. They're the first to score in the second half. And that's a bit more like the Roosters of old. Swalihi looking threatening. Billy Smith is having an absolute blinder of a game. The Roosters in the lead for the first time tonight. 10 points to 8, kick to come. Billy Smith, super coach points. Cha-ching, says Aussie Mozzie. He is having an absolute rip snorter of a game. Billy Smith. 3 tackles he beats here. Try confirmed. Billy Smith, 1, 2, 3, 4 tackles he beats, actually. 4 tackles he's beaten. Billy Smith having an absolute blockbuster of a game. Swalihi's having probably the best game I can remember him having for a while too. Jacko Robertson says next week my Springboks 27-19 over Wales is your prediction. Viking King, ahoy there, mate. Fins up. Let's go. Oh, God, my phone. Not that I really need my phone for the purposes of streaming, but my phone is at 7%. Swalihi, it hits the upright and bounces through. It's all going right tonight for Swalihi. The conversion hits the post and bounces through. 12 points to 8 in favour of the Roosters. Springboks are your team. Jacko Robertson. I kind of figured. The All Blacks are my team. Jacko. It'd be nice if it was an All Blacks Springboks Rugby World Cup final. Like, now that would be a blockbuster contest. A full-strength Springboks versus a full-strength All Blacks at World Cup time. A thing that's a matchup the dreams are made of. I would love to see it. 12 points to 8. The Roosters, suddenly they've got a new lease of life here to start the second half. Tedesco, dummies. Tedesco gets through. He's just chopped down. Tackle 4 here, Roosters. They're inside Dolphins territory. 35 out on the 5th and last. It's back to Hutchinson. Hutchinson puts the high ball up. It's a little bit too deep again, and there's no kick chase pressure. Taken with ease at the back there for the Dolphin. .33.5 minutes to go. In this contest, the Dolphins were well on top. Defensively, they were aiming up, but then right on the stroke of half-time, the Roosters score, and then they score early in the second. And they find themselves in the lead here, the Roosters. Fifth and last now. Dolphins clearing kick. Roosters let it bounce. It bounces kindly for Tupou. Tupou can return it now. Roosters just look like a completely different team than the first about 36 or 7 minutes. Hutchinson now beats the first up tackle. Oh, he's copped high here, Hutchinson, and that's a penalty to the Roosters. The high shot. Oh, it's suddenly one-way traffic, and the Dolphins are really going to have to dig deep here and hold on if they want to stay in this contest. The game has completely swung on its head. And it's suddenly one-way traffic here for the Roosters. Hutchinson. Oh, wait a minute. We have a problem here for the Dolphins. On report and in the bin for 10, Raymond Stone. Oh, I think that is extremely harsh. That is a very harsh call. Oh, Aussie Mozzie. As if Super Chats weren't enough, my friend, you've now joined the support for the Wasted World of Sports from the stands. Cheers, mate. Very much appreciate it. As I always say, I guess it's kind of my tagline. Not expected, but very much appreciated. That's a really harsh sin bin there against the Dolphins, it must be said. Welcome along anyway, Aussie Mozzie, for the ride from the stands. Victor Radley spills the ball, and that lets the Dolphins off the hook here, although, has it touched the Dolphins? Because I see the Roosters standing there with the ball. Yes, it's touched Karfusi. Oh, I don't know, Shack of Arts. I've got to disagree with that. The player was clearly falling. I know it was direct contact, but he sort of fell. I think it was harsh. We can agree to disagree on that one. I think it was a really harsh call. Clear direct contact to the head, yes, but I feel like he clearly fell into him. Ray Stone was not. It's not like Ray Stone was prepped up here. You know what I mean? Ray Stone was crouched, and if the player hadn't have fallen, it would have been a great ribs tackle, in my opinion. Oh, Victor Radley takes his eye off the ball, and the Dolphins are off the hook. Captain's challenge for the Roosters. Why? Oh, they're challenging that Victor Radley kicks the ball and negates the knock-on. Well, this will be interesting. Radley touches it forward. Kicks the ball. What a great captain's challenge. What a fabulous captain's challenge. They're going to win this one, the Roosters. Oh! Captain's challenge lost. Billy Slater scored a try that was more of a knock-on than that. Are you kidding me? If that was Billy Slater, they'd have given him a try. Wow, that's another rough call. This time against the Roosters. Viking King says, are you streaming any games tomorrow? I hope so. I do hope so. The channel's monetized now, Viking King. I've kind of got to get my butt into gear now and stream all the games, pretty much. I definitely want to do the Storm Raiders game. I definitely want to do at least that one. But yeah, the plan, now the channel's monetized, is I actually have no excuse anymore to not do more. Sean O'Sullivan from inside the 40, it's a loopy old kick. He's not had the best game tonight, O'Sullivan. Yeah, pretty much, James Jason. If I kept getting super chats and members, I'd probably never go away. You'd probably all get sick of me. I'd be here all the time. I would stream myself sleeping. UFC might like that. UFC might like a little bit of bedroom streaming from Wasted World of Sports. Oh, numbers out to the left here, the Roosters. But Butcher cuts back in field, beats 1-2. Butcher keeps it alive to Manu. Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? But it's no secret that I'm prone to exaggeration. Kick across field to Swalihi. Swalihi takes the high ball and plants it down and scores the try. And the Roosters go further ahead. $16-8, kick to come, and this game is really threatening to blow out now. The Roosters are well and truly in command. But you know, that's actually a thing, James. Like, I can't believe it's a thing, but if you look on Twitch, I don't know if you watch any Twitch or what, but there is actually a category on Twitch. People stream themselves sleeping. It's an actual thing. It's an actual goddamn category. People do it, and people get money for it. And I just can't even process words to make a thought out of that. It's an actual thing. It's an actual category of streaming that exists. You can watch people sleep. Anyway, this try is yet to be confirmed. The try is yet to be confirmed, I believe. Swalihi is lining up the shot at goal, though. Gamer Mel says some YouTubers do it as well. Well, there you go. Oh, try is confirmed now. Try is confirmed. 16-8. The Roosters well on top now in this game. You've got a couple of new friends now, Gamer Mel, in the Wasted World of Sports membership community. You've got Who's Your Caddy, and now you've got Aussie Mozzie joining you in the stands. Swalihi starts it out right. It hooks back perfectly, and another 2 points to the Roosters. Swalihi is having one of the greatest games I can recall him having in recent memory. Billy Smith is having an absolute blockbuster. Tedesco has been solid. It's all starting to happen here for the Roosters in the second half. 27 minutes to go. 18-8. Roosters could really run away with this now. Mitchell Moses out for the season too, by the way. That was a depressing little moment that happened last night. Blake Lyons, ahoy! Welcome back. You hope the Dolphins win. Dolphins have got to dig deep, seriously dig deep here to stay in this contest. I would say at 10 points up, an extra man for the next little bit. A 40-20 now for the Roosters. No. Oh, what a 40-20 saving effort from Cody Nikorima. He's got support now from the Hammer. Hammer runs crossfield and now must surrender. He saved the 40-20, but they forced the drop out, the Roosters. Nikorima did extremely well there. Oh, it is a 40-20. He's got his foot on the ground. This should be Roosters' ball. This should be Roosters' ball. Is the bunker going to intervene here? Is the bunker going to intervene? The bunker has intervened. The bunker has stepped in, and at 40-20 it is. Roosters' ball. The 40-20 stands. There you go. The 40-20 stands. And the bunker, for once, has correctly interjected itself into the game. Roosters now well on top of this game. Pretty much put it to bed here with a try. A 6 again now. A metre out. Smith, Sandon Smith, that is, sends it wide. Tedesco to Billy Smith, beats the first up tackle again. Billy Smith is having an absolute immense game. Carey now. Dummies on the inside, goes on his own. Cut down 5 out on tackle 4. Here goes Hutchinson. Hutchinson goes straight through and scores. The Roosters, 22-8. Kick to come. Drew Hutchinson. The Roosters. Suddenly it's all clicked into gear for them here tonight. And they are running away with this contest now. The Roosters. Try confirmed. Kick to come. Roosters are rolling away with it. Exclamation mark, leaderboard. James Jason. Exclamation mark, leaderboard. No spaces. You should be making up some ground here tonight, mate, because Vopsy's only been around sporadically tonight. Maybe it's a lowercase L. I didn't think it was. Oh, there it is. No, never mind. It worked. It was just slow. It was just a little slow. Oh, look at that, though. The lowercase L worked a lot faster than the uppercase L. That's interesting. I wonder if that's actually a thing. I wouldn't have thought that. Anyway, it worked both times in the end. $24-8. Stone has got 30 seconds left in the sin bin. Dolphins have got the ball. Oh, have you moved ahead, have you, James Jason? Or are you joking? Hang on, I'm going to click on it and see. Oh. Yeah, you are ahead. Look at that. You're 40 points ahead. Good job. Good job, because Vobsy was a good 100 points ahead before this weekend. He fell asleep last night, and now you've been here way longer than him tonight. You've taken him over into top spot. You've made up a 100-point deficit, and you've got a 40-point lead of your own. So far, there's still 21 minutes to go. You can build on that lead. Vobsy must have a girlfriend. Dylan Napa, first NRL game since round 25, 2021. Dylan Napa onto the field. And a penalty here to the Roosters. Shakafat says Dolphins are lucky to not be down to 11. There was a replay of Jared Wallace making forceful high contact, ironically, to the head and neck of Radley. There you go. Catch you later, Blake Lyons. Enjoy the rest of your night, mate. Gamer Mel says I would never be able to win on the leaderboard because I rarely talk, but you're with that. It's all good though, Gamer Mel. You're a channel member. The leaderboard doesn't matter to you at all. You get rewards anyway. The leaderboard's irrelevant for the channel members. James Jason Bourne asks, any rugby games tonight? I really don't think I'm going to be up for it. Hutchinson takes on the line. Roosters looking threatening again. There is... England are playing Wales, but it's like 2 a.m. for us. And given that I've done the whole triple header of the NRL tonight, I don't think I'm going to be up at 2 a.m. Or if I am up at 2 a.m., I'm probably not going to be in any condition to actually call the game. The referee has not blown this up, and is the Hammer going to get a try? We will have a lot to look at here. The Hammer plays to the whistle. Plants the ball down, but we have got a lot to go back and look at here. It is going up as no try. A lot to look at here. Swalihi offloads it backwards. It's play on here. It's knocked on there by the Roosters. Fires it out, and it's knocked on by the Hammer, and that's why he does not look enthusiastic at all about that try. We're coming all the way back. No try. All the way back upfield we go. 24 points to 8 it remains. I can't believe there's still like 20 minutes to go in this game. That feels like an eternity that's left. First knock on by the Roosters, so it will be Dolphins' ball still, but the try is rightly cancelled out. Well, it wasn't even awarded, I suppose, so... 19 minutes to go. Theoretically, the Dolphins aren't out of this game. The scoreline is still close enough. Now they've created space. Tessie New on the outside. Cuts back in field. And the Roosters slide across and defend well. Fifth and last. Catch you later, Gamer Mel. See you tomorrow for the Storm Raiders. where I will be cheering on the Melbourne Storm for sure against those Viking clapping buggers, Green Goblins from Canberra. $18.5 to go here. Roosters on top. Kick on tackle 4 from Keary. Was he inside the 40, Keary? Is it a 40-20 again for Keary? Great save at the back there for the Dolphins. It was another massive kick from Keary. A 40-20 threat once more. And the Dolphins have saved it again. Great work there, Asako. It was nearly on again there, though. $17.5 minutes to go. Roosters. Oh, and now the Dolphins cough it up. They get a penalty, though. Oh, lucky. Lucky for the Dolphins. Inside the 10 meters there, the Roosters. Oh, Wayne Bennett looks so angry. Wayne Bennett looks so angry. Roosters will win this game, says Tarzo Jr. I think you're right, mate. Roosters are well on top here. And they're just controlling the flow for the rest of this game. They don't need to do anything silly. They're well on top. They just need to see this game out now, the last 16 minutes. Stand firm in defense, and they win. O'Sullivan out the back now. Looping around the back is the Hammer. Hammer's close. They're just shy of the line here. The Dolphins tackle 3. They come back to the open side on the left. O'Sullivan calls Wallace to cut back in field. It's been stolen by the Roosters, and the Roosters are away. Upfield. Oh, this is not the man who you need. Break it away. Terrell May, no offense to him, but he's not the fastest bloke out there, and he gets chopped down easily by the Dolphins. Front football here, though, for the Roosters. Manu. Back inside goes Swalihi. Tackle 2 now. Roosters on the attack. How did that ball spill out from the Dolphins? That will be interesting to see. Manu concedes and backs into contact. Tackle 3, Roosters. Manu goes down on his haunches. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Joey Manu. The Roosters can't afford to lose him for the rest of the season. He's back up on his feet, but he's still... Oh, Hutchinson dummies and goes. Hutchinson scores a double. Drew Hutchinson has suddenly sparked to life here in the second half. He's turned into a genius playmaker. In one half of football, for the first 40 minutes, he stunk the joint out, and suddenly Drew Hutchinson has turned into a world beater in the second 40. He gets a double, and the Roosters go ahead 28 points to 8, and that will be game over now with 15 minutes to go. The Roosters keep their finals hopes ever so slightly alive. The flame is still burning. Just. And the for and against is very, very important. Crucial. $28.8 kick to come. Roosters have got this in the bag now. Suli here from just to the left of the uprights. Easy conversion. Roosters 30. Dolphins 8. What are you watching there, James Jason? King Charles 0. Pablo Escobar 0. 11 minutes till half time. I'll tell you what I'm trying to patch into. I follow the South Korean women's curling team on Instagram. And I know that they're playing at the moment, a tournament. I'm trying to find out where I can watch this goddamn thing. So if anyone knows where I can watch the current women's curling tournament and see my South Korean girls, let me know. Because I'm out of all ideas. Can't find the goddamn thing anywhere. Penalty against Dylan Napa here. Kima Sere, what's wrong with the Dolphins? Oh, the Roosters have just gone up a gear. Roosters have just clicked. The Roosters have just clicked in the second half. And their game has just suddenly come together, and they're looking good here, the Roosters. Dolphins, though, with 12 and a half minutes to go, are on the attack, 20 out, tackle 2. What can they come up with? Milford's on. I think he's been on for a while. But that's the first time I've actually called him in the action. O'Sullivan goes on the right-hand side. Milford to Taware. Fifth and last. Back to O'Sullivan. 10 meters out. Puts the crossfield kick in. And it is shut down by Joey Manu. What was it called again, Dan? Oh, the curling. Oh, I don't know who they're playing. Just South Korea women's curling. I know they're playing a tournament at the moment. I'm not sure what tournament it is even. Kima Sere says you're not wrong. You think the Roosters have in their upcoming games. Message retracted. I do think the Roosters will go well in their upcoming games. I've been suggesting that the Roosters sneak into the top 8 pretty much all season long, even when all looked lost. Caden Van Dorn. I hate this. Why is that, Caden? Oh, Billy Smith again looks threatening as he takes it into contact. Carey, inside ball to Radley. Radley has just chopped down. Now the Roosters grub her into the end goal. The hammer is there to secure possession, but it's going to be a goal line dropout. It's a result for the Roosters. Short dropout. Well, it wasn't short. It wasn't long. It wasn't short. It was just hanging out there, and Swalihi takes it under no pressure. A nothing dropout, really. What do we got here? Play SRF. I'll check that out later. But it's in German. That's fine. I don't need to understand it. I just need to see it. Swalehi on the outside. Pops the pass back in field to Manu. And Manu is crunched. A couple of meters out from the line. Hutchinson. Hutchinson's gone through again. And he's just caught and brought down. Hutchinson has just found a new life in the second half. Fifth and last here, Roosters. Keary cuts back to the right-hand side. The kick for Swalehi. And it spills out the back. And the Dolphins tap it dead. Kima Sere says, this is the second time the Dolphins have failed me, and I look very disappointed. Who's your caddy says, anyone remember where Wairangi Kupu? He played in a grand final today at 43 years old. Didn't win, but hey. Wairangi Kupu. Dan Jam 01. Why the South Korean women's team? Oh, Dan Jam. I've got a problem. I've got a little bit of a problem, mate. I'm obsessed with Korean girls. Obsessed. And I enjoy curling. So curling, it makes sense I would go for the South Korean women. K-pop is my guilty pleasure. Ah, BBC. There we go. That's a good one. It says it's live now. Oh, well, I'll definitely check that out in about 8 minutes' time. Thank you very much, James Jason. I appreciate that, mate. For whatever reason, I was just not able to find anything at all on it. Dolphins now 7.5 to go. 30 points to 8. They've got space down the right-hand side now. Nikorima puts the kick in, but it bounces awkwardly. A penalty for the Dolphins, though. It bounced horribly for the Dolphins. They do get the penalty. Oh, that's what I wanted to look up. Thank you, Mel. Thank you for reminding me there. Wairangi Kupu. Wairangi Kupu. Okay, played for the Warriors and he played for the Storm. The name sounds familiar. You know who I really do remember? Tawera Nikau. Does anyone remember Tawera Nikau? What an absolute gun. For a guy who wasn't exactly a big unit, per se, Tawera Nikau, my God, he could play, though. Like, he was... He was an immense player. James Jason says, see, I'm way better than Vopsy. I expect a politician response to that last message. You guys are really best mates. I know it. The feud is all just for show. I totally understand it. Same with me and Michelle. Michelle and I are really best mates as well. The feud is just for show. I take the bollocks out of the Broncos extra because I know that she goes for them. So I totally get it. It's all right. Viking King says I should have tipped the Roosters instead, Dan. Well, yeah, you should have. I don't understand why anybody would have gone for the Dolphins tonight. Kima Sere says, congrats, Tedesco. You're proving a point that you're not done. I was waiting for James Jason's response to that. And he didn't let me down. He's like, hey. And the Dolphins will get a consolation try. Jermaine Osako is over again. 30-12 it is, kick to come. You didn't let me down, James. Didn't let me down at all, mate. And that was a fabulous try by the Dolphins. Where was that? Ages ago. That was an amazing try. This was never a thing, James. It was never a thing. It was never a thing. And for my own sake, I can't let it become a thing. Because that could get out of hand so fast, if it hasn't already. Ahoy, Blake Lyons. Welcome back. $30-12. The kick to come from out wide. Osako hooking. It stays inside the left-hand upright. It's 30-14. And here comes the cheese. The cheese is back out on the field. Jeez, where did he disappear to for a while? I should be live streaming tomorrow, Blake. Absolutely. Tomorrow, Storm versus Raiders, Knights versus Bulldogs. Potentially a couple of blockbusters there tomorrow. I'll probably change my tip in the Knights Bulldogs game about 100 times throughout the course of the evening. James Jason says, mate, you could make a killing off it. Just make up a bottle of cold tea and an empty rum bottle before every stream. Oh, yeah, but what's in that for me? That does nothing for me. I'd rather have the actual rum. What's in it for me? The money, you goof. It's what James is thinking right now. The super chat money, you great big galoot. Oh, I couldn't rip people off like that. I'm far too honest an individual. Yeah, tomorrow should be cool. Storm, Raiders, Knights, Bulldogs. I'm still on the fence about that Knights Bulldogs game. I tipped the Knights a couple of days ago. I switched to the Bulldogs last night. I switched back to the Knights this morning. Oh. I don't know who to go for in that one. If I'm on a perfect round, if I'm still on a perfect round and it comes down to that Knights Bulldogs game, I might just have to play it safe and stick with the Knights. It'll be very interesting to see. But yes, that's coming up tomorrow here on the Wasted World of Sports from 2 p.m. Storm versus Raiders, Knights versus Bulldogs. Blake, it just takes time, mate. Like James Jason, the moderator that's above you there, has been on this channel, what, over a year now, James? Maybe even almost 2 years, maybe. Almost 2 full seasons. Yeah, it's going to be tough, mate. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a long, hard road. I'm not going to give anyone false hope. J. Joe says, nice. James Jason Bourne says, did you know people in far north Queensland sell Chinese people geckos as earrings? Well, Chinese people would buy anything, wouldn't they? And by the way, I've got a lot of Chinese friends. I'm allowed to say that. Because they know they buy anything. Isn't it the Chinese who, for a while, had that trend of live goldfish in the heels of shoes? They were like see-through elevated heels of women's shoes with water in them and live goldfish. Like, wasn't that a? I do apologize to the Chinese if I'm falsely accusing the entire race of starting that, but I'm fairly certain that was the thing, because I think that's how I found out, because of the fact that I do have many Chinese friends. How are you doing, J. Joe? Nice to see you back again. The Dolphins, inside the last 30 seconds of this game, are they going to bag another consolation try? Here it is, Taware firing it back in field. Bromwich bumps off the tackle. They're going backwards here, the Dolphins, at a rate of knots. Swalihi goes for the intercept. Still the fit. Mark Nichols with the kick. Mark Nichols with the kick. Tedesco gets back and covers it off, and that'll be the game. And the Roosters keep their slim finals chances alive with a 30 points to 14 victory here tonight over the Dolphins. Blake, the games are on tomorrow, 2 o'clock my time, which is Queensland. 2 o'clock is the first game tomorrow, Queensland time. So I don't know what that equates to in local time, wherever you all are. But the Roosters, they've kept themselves alive here. They are now equal on points with the Parramatta Eels. And the race for the finals well and truly heating up. The Roosters did what they needed to do. What is this that you've sent me through here, James? Oh, the gecko is living. This is actually a thing. Wow. I actually don't know if I want to see that. Live geckos. That's like animal torture. Anyway, wasted world of sports. My God, how long have I gone for? I have somehow made it through the entire Super Saturday triple header. I honestly don't know how long I've gone for here tonight. I feel like it's been a long, long time, though. Solid effort for everyone. 30 points to 14 here, the Roosters. So we saw today, we started off the Rabbitohs. The Rabbitohs, 26 to 14 over the Dragons. The Warriors, 30 points to 22 over the Tigers. And now the Roosters, 30 points to 14 over the Dolphins. It's been an absolutely fabulous Super Saturday. I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to close off for the night. We'll wind down and we'll close down for the night. But yes, I'll have a quick break and I'll come back right after this. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Oh, it's been a huge, huge afternoon / evening. When was the first game? I think the first game kicked off at 3 o'clock. That means that I've been going for about 6.5, maybe even 7-ish hours in the live stream today. That's huge. Not the longest live stream I've ever done, by the way. Maybe potentially the longest I've done on this channel. But I used to have a gaming channel before this called Intoxigamer. And I've done like 8 to 10 hours live streams on the gaming. Oh, we've got another link here for the curling. Fantastic. bbc.co.uk. That's awesome. Going to check out my Korean girls in the curling later on. Wasted World of Sports All-Stars, thank you so much. YouTube channel members, Patreon members, YouTube's super chatters. You are well and truly appreciated. And you all very much deserve your spot there on the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars team. So thank you very much. And I know that there's a couple of you missing. I need to update it. Arcade Angel is in there. Who's Your Caddy is in there. Donating tonight. God damn it. Why would I do it when you and Michelle teamed up on me last night and said it doesn't count? Why would I now go and do it and think that it's going to somehow magically count tonight? Just for you? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. How could I say no to you? You didn't. She did. I know she did. She said it didn't count. You just joined in, so you did. You cheeky bugger. That's hilarious. All right. God damn it, why not? No complaining, though. There'll be no complaining about this. And I'm only doing one. You got to work up to earning 2 again. Well, no, that's harsh. You super chatted a couple of times tonight, I think. But anyway, I'm still only going to do one because I need to go. Cheers. Don't you dare say that doesn't count. Hang on. Take the 2. Take the 2. Take the 2. I'm going against my own rules if I don't take the 2, right? I've got to have the second one. Take the 2. Take the 2. Oh, goddamn, Mr. Rubber Arm here. Oh, it wasn't full. It wasn't full, god damn it. How can you honestly see this and say it wasn't full? Take the 2. Take the 2. How you feeling, Vopsy? You must be pretty happy after that. 30 points to 14. Drew Hutchinson went from a complete goof in the first half to a world beater in the second half, huh? Has Drew Hutchinson just made himself the answer at number 7 for the Roosters? Oh, live leaderboard. James Jason wants to show off. I don't have a live leaderboard. The leaderboard on my screen is always behind. That's why I taught you guys the command. Oh, I suppose I could. Well, I could do it this way. Okay, I could still do this, I suppose. Do you want to bring the link up for me again? Do you want to do the command? I might be able to put the link up on the screen. Yeah, I understand entirely why you want to do this. You want to show Vopsy how you've overtaken him in the lead. I totally get it. I completely understand. All right. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay, leaderboard is... Yeah, he's flexing. Flexing, that's the word. He's doing a flex. You too. You two, honestly. All right. Okay. I can figure this out. I'm sure I can do this. I have faith in myself that I can do this. Aha! Okay. All right. All right. kind of small on the screen, but there it is. The live leaderboard. You guys are both at the exact same level. That's interesting. James Jason, 768 points. Vobsy, 703. Shack of Hearts, 650. Will in fourth. A couple of hundred behind there in 402. But that's possible to be made up. Viking Kings taking over you, James Jason. Remember there was always two James Intoxes? Well, suddenly now there's two Viking Kings. Why is there always two of somebody? I don't understand. Why does this goddamn thing always put two of somebody on there? I don't understand it. Far C. And there's Stephanie, Stay Funny Steph, and Mel. Stephanie, Stay Funny Steph, and Mel, and Gamer Mel have found themselves in the top 10 of the leaderboard there. Impressive effort from a couple of newbies. And there's Dan Jam there, Jake Ponchi, Mr. Ed's Dead, UFC Only Fams, Liam Pritchard, Captain Redbeard, No This. Some familiar names there. Spider Rico has kind of slipped through the cracks. Spider Rico obviously likes to join in, but not really communicate much in the chat room. That's fine. No problem with that at all. J. Joe there. Ivan, Hamish McKenzie. There you go. Wasted Water Sports Live leaderboard. Flex. The flex is on. All right. Okay, so a couple of things coming up next Wednesday. It's going to be a free-for-all, our pilot vodcast. Now that the channel has grown to a stage where it's monetized and everything, I've roped my dad into it. Those of you who have joined the Wasted Water Sports previously, you would have seen my dad during the State of Origin stream, specifically. I've roped him into some action, and my dad and I are going to be doing our pilot episode of the Generations podcast, or vodcast. A vodcast it is. Next Wednesday, we're just going to do half an hour just talking random bollocks, footy through the generations. His generation, my generation, what might be in store for future generations. The Generations vodcast debuting next Wednesday. So as we continue to grow here as a community, I'm going to be looking for all sorts of new stuff that we can do content-wise to keep things cool and exciting around here. I mean, I want everybody as a community to feel like they're getting value out of this channel, myself included, just as much as you guys. So, yeah, it'll be a great opportunity to collaborate with my dad on something. So, looking forward to that. So that's coming up next Wednesday night on the Wasted Water Sports, the Generations vodcast. We never did a 1,000 subscriber special. I said we were going to do a 1,000 subscriber special. We never did. So I'm open to suggestions for that. I'm actually thinking it could be a laugh. It could be a laugh if we take Brew and Crowley, go down the park, and we have like a little bit of a skills test. Wasted Water Sports versus Brew and Crowley. 1,000 subscriber celebration special. I'm open to suggestions though for things to do, but I'm thinking that could be a little bit of fun. A little down at the parks, down at the footy park skills test. Wasted Water Sports versus Brew and Crowley to celebrate and say thank you for the 1,000 subscribers. Outside of that, we do have more streams coming up tomorrow. Melbourne Storm versus the Canberra Raiders at 2 o'clock. Newcastle Knights versus the Bulldogs. Had to think about that one at 4 o'clock. Blake Lyons says, do you play GTA 5? Blake, you might be interested in checking out my other channel. Admittedly, since I started this sports channel, Blake, since I started Waste of Water Sports, Blake, I've got to be honest, this other channel of mine has kind of fallen off the radar a little bit, but youtube.com/intoxigamer. It's my gaming channel that I used to do before this. I may or may not bring it back again at some point. I've done quite a few live streams of GTA 5 over there. I'll share it in the chat room. YouTube.com. YouTube.com/intoxigamer. So yeah, that was the channel that I used to do before this one. I do hope to bring it back at some point. But we'll see. It's hard to find the time because there's so many sports things on during the course of a weekend, isn't there? So, but yeah, look, feel free to check that out, Blake. Feel free to subscribe over there. If enough people are interested, I will definitely relaunch that channel in some capacity. It's all about finding the time for it, though, isn't it? Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much. I think I've done all the real announcements that I need to do. Generations Vodcast with my dad coming up next Wednesday. Live streams tomorrow. Raiders Storm. Knights Bulldogs. I've been going for about 7 hours now. I'm completely brain dead. Let's call it a night. Thank you so much, everyone. Wasted Water Sports All-Stars. Thank you very much for your subscriptions, your donations, everything. Not expected, but very much appreciated, of course. I'll catch you guys next time. I appreciate it as always. It's been fun. Yes. Cheers. See you on Discord. For those of you who have Discord, I'll see you on Discord. Cheers. His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back up. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meany's face.
I have no idea what the Waste of World of Sports is.